Hello, everyone. It's the beginning of the year, and a tradition I have started on this channel has been in the last couple years to make a humongous video, a video that is a little too long for its own good, but here we are, talking about every single movie and limited series that I watched for the first time in the previous calendar year. I don't know why I do this. I mean, I do, but it's a little bit, it's a lot. This year, I logged 154 films and little limited series watched for the first time on Letterboxd in 2025. And I'm going to be going through all of those films and limited series in order of my ranking, personal ranking. So I will be scrolling through this list. You'll see my ranking below the film. If you don't use Letterboxd, I highly recommend you check it out. It is a movie review and logging ranking site that I've been using for many years now, and I really do love using it as a way to keep track of what I'm watching, make lists. I've got all my 2025 release films for US release films in a list as well that's ongoing. I have not seen every film that was released in the United States, at least in a limited capacity, yet, because I can't get to the movies like that. However, compared to previous years, something that is different is that I now have AMC A-List. I signed up for it this year about midway this summer, and it's allowed me to go to the theater so much more frequently. I've gone to the movies so many more times than I have ever gone in 1 year in my entire life because of A-List. It's very affordable. I mean, if you live in an area where there's nearby AMCs, it's a really good deal. $30, $30 to $35 a month, and you get like 4 movies a week, and you get no extra charge for IMAX and Dolby showings, and there's all these other perks with it. So I finally bit the bullet and decided to get it. I don't know if I'm going to have it like permanently. I'm planning on having it through next year as well, but we'll see. But I've found it to be, I don't go that often. I maybe go like 3 or 4 times a month at most. Because there's oftentimes not that many movies that I feel are worth seeing in theaters. I'd rather just watch them at home on streaming. But it has been cool to show up to see movies that before I got A-List, I never would have seen in theaters. Like, some of the big Oscar contenders, which I usually don't get to see until the spring because I have to wait until they're on like streaming sites and stuff. So it's kind of nice. There are still some awards contenders I haven't been able to see, like Sentimental Value, some of the indie, like foreign films and stuff that don't really get any release in the United States, if any, by Christmas. I still need to see The Testament of Anne Lee. I still need to, there's so many movies from 2025 I still want to see, no other choice. There's some blockbusters too, but I don't know if I'm going to get around to them. We'll see. But I got to see a lot more calendar released movies for 2025 than in previous years. So in previous years' videos, when I've done this, it's been a lot of movies, from the previous year's awards campaign. And there will be quite a few in this as well. We're going to be talking about some 2024 Oscar films here. I was debating doing this like halfway through the year so that I didn't have this problem, but it is what it is. But it'll be a lot of 2025 movies, and of course, movies older than that as well, because this is every movie I saw for the first time. It don't matter how old it is, when it came out. And then, like I said, I do also include limited series, anything that's loggable on Letterboxd, documentaries, any visual albums, it's all logged here. And 154. So I better not preamble this too much and just get right into it. But, this is going to be a little bit of a rapid fire review. There's going to be some movies I have more to say about than others. And in the interest of brevity of this video, I'm going to try and keep most of my reviews under a minute. But there are a few movies I just gotta wax on, maybe for negative or positive reasons. And with the first one on this list at the very bottom, I have quite a bit to say, but I'm going to, again, try and keep it brief here. Why is Eddington my least favorite movie that I saw for the first time in 2025? I think that this is a perfect example of a movie that I would have never seen if I had not had AMC A-List. There are quite a few movies on this list that I would have never seen, and I'm not even saying I would have even seen them on streaming. Like, I don't know, maybe I would have checked out Eddington eventually on streaming, but the word of mouth wasn't phenomenal. So I was kind of like, but my friend wanted to go, and I was like, what the hell? I mean, it feels kind of like a free movie, even though it's technically not. But, luckily there were a lot of other July movies that made me feel like I was getting this as a freebie. I was like, what the heck? Ari Aster has proven to be, someone I respect, but I think he's definitely gone downhill since Hereditary and Midsummer. Midsummer, actually, I did not see until this year as well, so that's going to be on this list as well, which is what makes this so heartbreaking that I hate this movie so much. Why do I hate this movie so much? I think its politics are frustrating. I just, we're living in a very dark time politically in this country. And perhaps had things maybe gone a different way electorally last year, maybe my attitude towards a sort of parody of a very close to home event, the pandemic, and the sort of aftermath of that politically, sociopolitically, maybe it wouldn't have rubbed me so much the wrong way. I will say, I mean, to be fair, I don't necessarily think that this is a film that obviously is going to promote, anti-masking and all these things in a way that's very explicit. It goes after both sides, but this whole both sidesism in the name of satire, in this day and age, in 2025, in Trump's America, I'm just not here for it. The beginning of this movie, I was actually sort of on board. Pedro Pascal playing this mayor who's super liberal, and Joaquin Phoenix playing this disillusioned cop who doesn't want to obey the strict mask mandates in 2020. Like, I was kind of here for this sort of like microcosmic look at America in, where we were in the pandemic. And there were some interesting, like throwback moments. I mean, it's not that long ago, but it also feels like a little while ago now. To just how we all were, the discussions we were having. I mean, it was kind of interesting for a minute. But then it just takes this turn. The movie goes on way too long. It becomes this sort of like thriller where, he's getting chased and shot at multiple times and getting injured. Like, it just turns into this thriller noir that goes nowhere, in my opinion. And the more I sat with this movie, the longer it went on, I got more and more frustrated with it. The more I just wanted to walk out of the theater. I came very close to just wanting to walk out of this movie. And by the end, I just did not have a good feeling in my stomach about what I just watched. Again, I could make a whole video on this movie and why it bothered me. Sometimes it's just vibes. But I didn't exactly love, and I don't want to spoil everything, but I did not love the ending and how, our protagonist was the ending that he was given. I was just like, why? What are we doing here? What are we doing here? This movie felt kind of pointless at best and a little dangerous in rhetoric at worst. I mean, I think that's a little harsh to say, but I just didn't pick up on what he was putting down with this film. It rubbed me the wrong way. Although I can say drama footage about this, creepy abandoned hotel and this satanic ritual and people disappearing, and it became this like expanded universe of lore, and now there's the Carmichael Manor and all these things. The 2023 film, which was set up for this film, was pretty interesting with expanding the lore about the history of the Abaddon Hotel. This film, the biggest crime against it is that the ending was just so infuriating. It ends on a terrible cliffhanger, and the director has basically said he doesn't want to make any more of these films. So why on earth would you, knowing that, make the ending what it was when you don't tie up anything that you are, trying to stir up in the course of the film? It was also, I just felt, not nearly as effective as a found footage. I mean, it wasn't really a found footage film. It shifted into, like I said, an actual third-person drama kind of camera thing, and it just didn't have the same precarious, uncanny energy that the others did, where it was like, with found footage, I'm a big found footage horror fan. There is something real and raw about it that makes it a little more unnerving. And if you're going to do it in traditional filmmaking styles, you need to really, work with that score and with the cinematography. And everything needs to come together to give that ambiance the proper level of eeriness, and it just wasn't coming together for this. So this was just an overall huge disappointment. I was very frustrated, and it's really sad that this franchise is going to die out on such a pathetic film. One Missed Call 3. If you remember from my last year's video, I was watching the One Missed Call films for a while with my friend, the Japanese versions. This is the third one from, I believe, 2006. Probably the worst one. They introduce another dead girl besides the one that is in the first two that's haunting people through the cell phones. Which, I mean, is an interesting change of pace, and the setting's a little different than, the first two, but it's very forgettable. And, like a lot of J-horror from the mid-2000s that, ended up being like sequels that didn't really go anywhere, this is a dime a dozen like that. I mean, J-horror can be really good, but I would not look to the second and third One Missed Call movies for quality J-horror. The first one's decent. A Minecraft movie is a 1.5-star movie for me. Now, I gotta tell you, I never played Minecraft, so I will say this movie was not made for me. I'm also 32 years old. I'm not a 12-year-old boy. The chicken jockey thing meant nothing to me. But I'm not... One thing I am going to say, because I did love the Super Mario movie, so I maybe need to be careful here, because it's about subjective scores, and, maybe I'm a little harsh on this film, but it really bugged me how one specific reviewer I really respect and love on YouTube was so harsh on the Super Mario movie and the trailer for the upcoming one this year, but at the same time loved the Minecraft movie. Keep in mind, this person does not know anything about either Super Mario or Minecraft and has never played either game, but yet they call Super Mario like the dumbing down of cinema, a pointless movie, a movie that is just fan service, that has nothing for people who aren't fans of the games. But then they praise Minecraft? What? What does Minecraft have that Super Mario doesn't? If you like one, you should like the other, especially if you're just kind of coming... Like, it just made no sense. I really want to name drop them, but I'm not going to. But anyway, on that note, I mean, this movie was kind of a tiresome, is a good way to describe it. It's everything I hate about major studio blockbuster video game adaptions, but also it is not geared towards my demographic. It is geared to a younger age bracket and to a straighter age bracket. I'm a gay man too, so I'm not really into that. I do love The Sims. Is that Sims movie ever happening? What happened to that? Margot Robbie was going to produce it. Is that still happening? But yeah, this Minecraft movie, I mean, good Lord, there's going to be a sequel. It just does nothing for me. This is the kind of stuff that I did not see this in a theater. I did not have A-list at that time. And I probably would have, because my friend would have dragged me to if I had. And I think I would have hated it even more if I saw it in a theater, honestly. So I said I would be covering limited series that are loggable on Letterboxd, and most of them are. Limited series are basically movies. They're just very long. Talk about, well, controversial. Ryan Murphy has gotten worse and worse with each subsequent, limited series that he's done for Netflix. I actually really liked the Menendez Brothers show. I know that there were a lot of fictitious things inserted and, some problematic stuff with how the brothers were portrayed. But I actually really liked it. I still have not seen the Dahmer one. I'm intrigued because I've heard it's the best of the three in terms of historical accuracy and also maybe in terms of performance from Evan Peters. But I'm really, weary of the gore. So we'll see if I get around to it. But the Ed Gein story was something I was interested in because I didn't know a lot about Ed Gein. But I quickly followed along with a YouTuber who knows their shit about this man, and watching them rip this show apart and how overtly they just tried in every single way to make this not like what really happened and to insult the actual victim's memory in many ways by tainting them as being Nazi sympathizers, as not being the proper age or the proper location for where things happened, insinuating things happened that didn't happen or we don't know. I mean, there's always going to be a little bit of that when you dramatize these, historical events, but Ryan Murphy made some unforgivable choices about, make up your own serial killer. Don't use one. And then also the fact that he was trying to tie it to, Psycho and then Texas Chainsaw. The back, the confusing way it was going back and forth in time. I didn't enjoy any of the sort of flash forwards that they did where they were talking to the directors of Alfred Hitchcock and stuff. I didn't like any of that the choice. I would have liked to have I just it was a frustrating watch, and although it maybe had a few affecting scenes that if you like dissociated yourself from knowing that this is pure fantasy based on a real event, you could get into. And I must admit, I do love Leslie Manville, and I did think she did a pretty good job with a terrible role that was written for her. But yeah, no, not worth seeing. And definitely Ride is one of those probably straight to Netflix rom-coms that I was wedding, and then the mom discovers that she wants to get married while her daughter's about to get married, and it just turns into this whole thing. I don't even remember much about the plot. It's what you'd expect from a Miranda Cosgrove, Brooke Shields rom-com for Netflix. Medea's Destination Wedding have been a guilty pleasure of mine. If you've watched these videos before, you know that. But this was definitely one of the worst that they put out, that he's put out. This was, a new one for this year where they go to the Bahamas. And I thought that was a really interesting premise, but it wasn't that funny. It was, a lot of kind of whiny dialogue from Medea. And then the story the acting was actually some of the worst in the dramatic department from all the people involved, particularly the people who aren't playing caricatures. And it was just, yeah, very, very forgettable and bland. I mean, at least a Medea movie is supposed to have some side-splitting moments, and this really just didn't have any. Or if they were in the trailer. So this was a big disappointment. But we've got another Medea movie, although we are now in the 2-star category place. Boo 2, serviceable. But, I mean, I don't know. I shouldn't spend too much time talking about these movies. This video is going to get way too long. Despicable Me 4, I do not remember a dang thing from this movie. I'm going to be completely honest. I saw it probably over the summer, I think. I couldn't tell you what happened in this movie. I know I watched it and I know I didn't fall asleep. But that's how forgettable these Despicable Me movies have become. And it's a shame. I really like the first two. But, I mean, is anyone surprised that I gave it 2 stars? Deadpool and Wolverine. We've got our first hot take here on the list. Yeah, I mean, if you know me, it's probably no surprise that I am not the target demographic for this kind of movie. I watched it on a date, and the guy who I was watching it with was really into it. I'm not familiar with X-Men. I have never watched a Deadpool movie before, but I have gone into Marvel movies. I've watched quite a few of the more recent ones and some of the big ones from like the last 15 years. This movie was, something that, if you didn't have any kind of inroads in the, X-Men stuff or Deadpool, it wasn't going to make any sense for you. I'd never watched a Wolverine movie. I was kind of just there for the eye candy and the violence. I prefer my Marvel movies to be rated PG-13. Thank you very much. But I mean, it's just not for me. I don't know what else to say. Drag Me to Hell. So we're fine. We're already at the 2.5. I mean, that's a 50% score. Every movie that I'm about to talk about was at least a 50%. And so, a little bit more positive to say, but still, I wish I had more positive things to say about this 2009 Sam Raimi movie, which I finally saw this year. I'd been meaning to see it for a long time, but it wasn't available on any free with ads or any of the streaming services that I had until this year. And so I finally checked it out. And first of all, this movie is nowhere near as gross as I remember it being sold to me when it came out. But then again, I was 16 when this came out. And so I was still very grossed out by PG-13 horror. So I think I should have realized that this wasn't going to be that intense. I thought this was going to be like The Hills Have Eyes or something. And it was pretty tame and obviously pretty bad in terms of special effects. The special effects were horrendous, even for 2009. Yeah, no, I mean, the premise was interesting, but this movie went off the rails really quick. And I was maybe really into it for the first 25 minutes. And then it just became, okay, this is what we're dealing with. This movie feels very cheap and older than it is. The End is one of those festival films from 2024. I think it got a limited release at the very end of 2024 that any awards buzz immediately, shut down as soon as it actually premiered. Tilda Swinton, I love her. She did her best with this role, but it's a post-apocalyptic bunker movie, but it's also a musical. And it's also a romance. George Mackay, I mean, I love looking at him. He's really, I mean, I kind of watched this movie for George Mackay and Tilda Swinton. They play mother and son. And, this girl is taken in from the outside world and they have to decide what to do with her. I mean, it was just very quirky, but not in a good way. I don't think this movie obviously left very much of a lasting impression. And it felt very aimless and kind of pointless. And the musical elements didn't help. I mean, it was a very strange choice to make a movie like this a musical. Mufasa, the Lion King. I'm actually going to be making a video this year where I talk about all of the Disney live action reimaginings and remakes of classic animated films. I'm going to do it after Moana comes out. And I will talk more about my thoughts on this movie and another coming up on this list. But I'll just say this. The only thing I give Mufasa the Lion King credit for is it is an original story. It's not just a remake of The Lion King 2, Simba's Pride. However, I think it would have been a better story if it did that. This is a prequel to The Lion King, and it turns into a, sympathetic take on Scar, which none of us really want. Or more so, not so much a sympathetic take, but like Mufasa came in and sort of took Scar's family away from him, if I'm not mistaken. Like, Mufasa's like this orphan, and Scar finds him, and then Mufasa ends up becoming more embroiled in the pride than Scar is, and Scar gets resentful for that. And it's just like, why do we gotta villainize Mufasa like that? Why did we have to do this? Why can't some villains just be villains because the more traditional kind of understanding is you're just jealous of their sibling or whatever, and that's just their innate nature to be like that. But instead, we had to justify it with this, kind of storyline of adoption and then the songs, Lin-Manuel Miranda's really lost his sauce, although I never really felt he had it to begin with. I never quite understood what everyone loved so much about his music. But this movie, it's, again, it's tough because they make the eyes of the animals a little bit more emotional, but at the same time, you're still dealing with that photorealism that makes you wish it was an animated film. There is some gorgeous scenery, and some serviceable, African tinted Broadway style stuff, but it's just forgettable, and that's the name of the game with a lot of these Disney live action remakes. Until Dawn, video game adaptions are becoming super big, especially in the horror space, and Until Dawn is a video game I wasn't really that familiar with. I didn't realize, they changed a lot about the premise for this movie. I actually did find it better and more engaging than I thought I would. I don't know. There's not like anything glaringly offensive about it. It's what you'd expect. Don't expect, a more acclaimed kind of horror film. Just expect a campy C/B grade horror film. And I think that, the premise of constantly having to, restart and try and escape a house is a really cool one. Oscar Perkins is one of my favorite horror directors now, but I don't understand where he went with The Monkey. More so, I am thinking about films he's made before, like Gretel and Hansel, and I'm just like, what made him want to make The Monkey? Like, this is so different from Longlegs. It's so different from Keeper. It's so different from Black Coat's Daughter. I'm a little confused, but at the same time, directors will do that. There are some directors who will make something completely different out of their usual oeuvre of, themes that they work with, and style of filmmaking and storytelling. The Monkey is a horror film, but it's a comedy first and foremost. And some of the kills are very over the top and humorous, but I'm not huge on laughing at people's expense for blood and guts. So yeah, this movie was one of those where I had to make sure I wasn't eating while I was watching, because goodness gracious, is it intense? And I mean, again, my friend who loves horror was into it, but I can't justify giving it more than 2.5 stars. Civil War. So, this movie gets the honor of being the first movie I watched in 2025. I believe January 3rd of 2025. So, this is the one I'm having to reach the furthest back in my mind to remember. But how can I forget this movie? I'm going to go back to sort of the whole Trump's America thing. Now, this movie technically came out before Trump was elected, but I didn't see it until after he was. And I think that maybe did color a little bit where I didn't like this film a little more than if it hadn't happened the way it did electorally last year. I do understand that, this is about photojournalism more than it is about American geopolitics today. I think that you do have to go in knowing that, and then you'll be a lot more like sympathetic to where this film goes. And I do think there were elements to this movie that, were shot beautifully, sequences that were done so well, so riveting. When they're out, trying to get to Washington and they're out in the country and they're having to navigate these unforeseen obstacles, I was really invested and I thought it was very well done. But then the ending, when they're, trying to get into the White House and things are just so unrealistically over the top. I lost any sort of benefit of the doubt for this movie. That's interesting. There's another sort of movie I'm going to be talking about that I think does a better job at grounding in realism while also still being like this probably would never happen sort of thing when it comes to American geopolitical, World War III kind of stuff. And at least I prefer to have my films have a little bit more of that, weighted, measured approach of like, let's not get too crazy here about showing what's happening on screen. Let's take a little bit more of a realistic approach, even if it's still a very improbable scenario that we're adapting, if that makes any sense. This movie started out almost feeling like a really well done interpretation of what an American Civil War would look like, albeit one that does not at all resemble the geopolitics, sociopolitics of this country right now in terms of who would be on what side and, all of that good stuff. The Jesse Plemons scene was a scene stealer. I will admit he did a great job with the limited screen time that he had. Five Nights at Freddy's 2. I mean, I'm not surprised this movie was not, better than 2.5 stars. I will say the marionette was really genuinely creepy, and I liked that they introduced a new type of doll. I was very confused at the beginning, though, because it didn't do a very good job at establishing that we were at the original Freddy Fazbear's, not the one that burned down or got like very destroyed at the end of the first film. So I was like, wait, we've already seen the origin story of the Freddy Fazbear's from the first film. Why are we now showing a different Freddy's with a different origin story? Is this another? It took me a minute to sort of sink into that narrative. It was a bit confusing how the film laid that out. But yeah, I mean, these films are borderline not, I'm a little borderline too old for these types of films. And as much as I do appreciate that they don't go over the top with the gore, to be a little bit more friendly to children, I'm just starting to really like, there was something about hearing about those games. I never played them, but the way they were just this simple boo in the dark kind of thing that I feel like these movies have like really deviated away from. And I guess that's to be expected, but I just felt like there needed to be a little more of a found footagey kind of feeling to these movies. I think a found footage Five Nights at Freddy's would have been a really interesting take. I think it would have been. So this year I watched some acclaimed horror classics for the first time because my boyfriend, who I met this year, is a huge Halloween franchise fan and made it his mission to show me all of the really, really good Jamie Lee Curtis Halloween films. And so I saw all three of the, oh, it's the David Allen Green, isn't he the director? The Gordon, I don't know. They have the 2018, 2021, and 2022 Halloween films. I saw all three of them this year, and then I saw the OG because they all are sort of a part of one timeline. And then there's a different timeline that goes off from the second Halloween, and this, that's I got very confused by all this. But anyway, Halloween Ends was my least favorite, and I think most people agree. Because by this point in the story, it just felt like we were spinning out a little too much. And as a matter of fact, I don't even really remember the story that vividly because I felt like it was just becoming, we were following too many different people. It was just becoming a little too convoluted for a story about this, serial killer. But I mean, at the end of the day, it was still effective. I mean, I have it above a lot of these other horror movies for a reason, but there's a lot more I liked more. At the end of the day, these kind of slasher type horror films are not really my cup of tea, but I would prefer a Mike Myers Halloween. Halloween is a little bit more my speed than like some of the other slashers out there. And so like The Strangers, for example. Medea goes to jail. The plot is Medea goes to jail. Although it takes a long time for her to go to jail, if I'm not mistaken. There are some funny moments. There are some funny moments for sure. I watched this at the beginning of the year, so I don't remember a whole lot about it. But, I'd say it's one of the better ones. I mean, a lot of the older Medea stuff is better than the newer stuff. So I would, take that into consideration. Another Simple Favor went straight to Amazon, unlike, I think, the first film, which I believe went to theaters. Did it go to theaters? I can't remember. I didn't see A Simple Favor until a couple years ago, and I really loved it. I was excited about the sequel, and I loved that it was going to be set in Italy. It was giving me White Lotus vibes. But, I mean, this has sequelitis all over it. There's a lot that's so contrived here. There's a lot that just doesn't make any sense. Blake Lively is iconic in this, and I do love Anna Kendrick and Blake together, but at the end of the day, it left a lot to be desired. I did think the twist kind of snuck up on me a little bit. I wasn't quite expecting the twist. I won't spoil it for anybody. But, I mean, the first one was just this perfect mix of thriller, psychosexual tension, and humor and comedy. In a very feminist kind of light that felt very modern. It felt fresh, but also classic. This one just, again, it felt a little bit like a cash grab, but that's just how a lot of sequels will feel. La Palma was a limited series I watched at the beginning of 2025 about the Canary Islands and what would happen, hypothetically, if a volcano erupted. There's something about the Canary Islands, which are in part of Spain in the mid-Atlantic, that if the part of the island is volcanically unstable, if a part of it came loose and it slid into the Atlantic, it could be catastrophic with a tsunami that could reach the East Coast. The entire eastern seaboard of the United States could be hit with a horrendous tsunami. And it's a really interesting premise. It's like a short, maybe 5 or 6 episodes. It's not, it's not very well acted. You can tell it's not prestige limited series television. But I mean, I'm always here for a decent disaster flick with, I think, somewhat sound science. I don't know. The movie is a lot in Spanish because it was, I believe, co-production with a Spanish company. So yeah, it was fine. I don't know. Okay, a movie I could talk about quite a lot. Snow White. Some people may be surprised I have it this high up. I've already talked about 20 movies and finally getting to Snow White. Well, that's because I don't think that this is the worst thing released in 2025, okay? If you think that, you're probably male. Well, you might be a female, but you probably hate Disney. You probably hated the original Snow White, or maybe you did, but you're hating on this movie for things that are political. Now, don't get me wrong. I think Gal Gadot is the worst thing about this movie. Her acting and singing is terrible, and her politics are terrible. So, yes, that is a big reason why I'm not as into this. But Rachel Zegler does so much to counterbalance that. And it is so sad that Rachel Zegler seems to not be able to catch a break. But I really appreciate the authenticity she goes for and being just this innocent, pure-hearted, beautifully voiced soul that kind of does remind me of Snow White. Um, my biggest gripes about this film is that they removed several songs that they did not need to. I can understand Someday My Prince Will Come. I don't think that it's too antiquated or patriarchal to sing about, but I can understand why some might. I mean, that's a debate that I'm willing to have. But why on earth would you take away Give Us With a Smile and a Song? Why on earth would you take away one song? These are beautiful, iconic Disney ballads that do so much to bring the whimsicality of the music of Snow White to life. And instead, all we're left with is Whistle While You Work, the silly song, which is just shortened to a brief little interlude, and Hey Ho, Hey Ho. I gotta say, my favorite part of this whole movie is the entire Whistle While You Work sequence. I feel like almost everything, besides the fact that they decided to use CGI dwarves, which I still think was a mistake. Um, Even though they don't look as bad as I feared they would, I was not a fan of that choice. Most people weren't. Almost everything about that scene, the way it's choreographed, the whimsicality, the costuming, the dancing, the singing, I'm in love. I was like, oh, finally I can just sit and enjoy what I wanted Snow White to be. And there's a few other moments, a little bit during Hey Ho, a little bit during, when she's fleeing into the woods and escaping from the huntsman. There are a few moments where I felt that the first time we see the magic mirror on the wall and, the evil queen talks to it, like there were moments that gave me chills that made me think this is what I wanted from a Snow White live action reimagining. And also, I will say, Waiting on a Wish is a decent song. It's a little derivative of what This Wish was from the Wish movie in 2023, but it's very well sung, and the melody is fine enough for an I Want song at the beginning of the film with beautiful instrumentation. But the choices that were made around including these bandits, the choices that were made around how, the evil queen is vanquished in this version, they're trying too hard to make a story more than I think it really needed to be. And it ended up kind of feeling a little bit more like a live action Tangled. And it's kind of funny because they're actually moving forward with that now. And it's sort of like, gosh, you kind of are retreading the same territory, because the prince felt very much like Flynn Rider. And he was charismatic. He was easy on the eyes too. But I don't know. I want more from these very epic and elegant fairy tales from Disney, and I just don't think they respect Snow White like they should. At the end of the day, I'll talk more about this movie in my Disney live action ranking video. I do think this movie was set up to fail. I do think it, had political things affecting its performance at the box office. I do think, from both sides, the left and the right, people had reasons to hate this movie. And that, some of it was perhaps a little unfair. At the end of the day, I do think Rachel Zegler saves it. And, I just wish they had more of the original songs. At the very least, you could have given us that, and then I would have at least given this 3 stars. I mean, it's so heartbreaking that they couldn't do that. All right, the B movie, a very B, maybe B minus, DreamWorks movie from the 2000s that I had never seen. Fun time. I enjoyed it. I do think it's kind of, funny how when they're inside the hive, I know bees are small, but when they're inside the hive, it made it feel like the hive was like as big as my house, just in terms of the scale. When you go out of the hive and, it was like, the size of a beehive, I'm like, there's the volume, the space isn't, this is like the TARDIS here. It doesn't make no sense, but it's a family kids movie. Doesn't have to make sense. Caught Stealing, this movie, maybe I'm a little harsh on. I think people did like it more than I did. Again, it's an example of a movie I wouldn't have seen without A-list. Austin Butler was a delight to watch on screen, I will say. The frenetic, fast-paced energy, it reminded me a little bit of Marty Supreme, but, a worse version. There's a lot of bad choices made in this film. There's a lot of just stupid car chase stuff that started to get old after a while. I was kind of into it for a bit, and then it just started to, again, just go off the rails a little too much. Doctor Who Joy to the World was the 2024 Christmas special from between the two seasons of the Disney version of Doctor Who. This one had Nicola Coughlan, and they were in this hotel, this time hotel, and every door would take you to a different time in, history. And it was a really interesting concept. And again, I mean, it's funny that this is loggable on Letterboxd, but you can't log actual Doctor Who episodes. But that's because this was like an hour, maybe an hour and a half little movie. But I mean, 3 stars is fine. We're in the 3 stars realm now, guys. I mean, this is where we get a lot of films. Most of my films on this list are in the 3 star and the 3.5 star tiers. So we're going to be here for a while. The Woman in the Yard. This is another Blumhouse, I believe, horror film that comes and goes that everyone just is like, what are we doing here? I really loved the premise. I was so intrigued by the trailer. It ends up being a really deep movie, but very tragic. It's very dark, very sad. The ending is a little dubious with what it says about suicide, which I could see being concerning to some people. But the ending is not very clear. I mean, I don't want to spoil anything, but the ending, is up to interpretation. And I will say, I thought the acting from the mother was pretty convincing. A mother who's just going through it with her children is a really, obviously great breeder for horror, breeding ground for a horror story. But this movie didn't quite deliver what the premise, I think, could have fully been. It started out strong-ish, and then it, in the end, tried to wrap everything up, and it just didn't feel quite satisfying the way it built up for so long into something, and then it deflated too easily. And again, very ambiguous ending. Nona's was the movie I watched, I think, on Mother's Day with my family. My parents wanted to watch something Mother's Day-esque, and this was, I think, released for Mother's Day, which made perfect sense. A bunch of Italian, boomers in, actually, I believe it's Hoboken, New York, or somewhere thereabouts, northern New Jersey, decide to open up a, mom and pop Italian restaurant. And if that's your type of thing, I mean, it's a great glass of wine movie with your parents. You'll get a good enough time out of it, but it's no more than a 3 star. Taylor Swift, the official release party of a showgirl. Now, my boyfriend is a huge Swiftie, and I would have never, because AMC A-List does not cover these things, I would have never gone to the Taylor Swift Life of a Showgirl theatrical release without him. But he wanted to go, and I will say it was worth it to see the Fate of Ophelia music video premiere. But the rest of that was just, I talk about it in my Showgirl review, the rest of it was so it could have been an email. I mean, it was just a behind the scenes look at the making of the music video, not the actual album, just that one music video. A little too much that I didn't need to see all that behind the scenes for one music video. I just didn't care that much. And then the interview she gave about the songs, I mean, why am I sitting in a theater for this? I mean, it was a very cash grabby kind of thing for Taylor to do. And if she had made this a visual album, I mean, this would have been brilliant. But she chose not to for some reason, but put it in theaters. It was a very strange, it was just lyric videos. It was a very strange move. And, I do feel Taylor's more and more just doing things to stretch the dollar, even if it's not justified, like selling a bazillion variants of the same song, even long after that song has sort of started to, I mean, it might still be charting, but, people are ready to move on. Neighbors 2, Sorority Rising. It's funny, I don't even really remember watching this movie this year, but I saw the first Neighbors a year or two ago with my friend who loves watching these kind of comedies. I think this one was a little worse than the first one. But, the first one was about them dealing with a fraternity. Now they're dealing with a sorority. Zac Efron infiltrates the sorority. And, Rose Byrne and Seth Rogen have to deal with, the sorority next door. It's like, I mean, these are perfectly fine, harmless movies. Like, there's nothing wrong with it. But, again, no more than 3 stars. The Front Room, a horror film from A24 that is insane and extremely gross. I love seeing the return of Brandy as an actress. I think she does a decent job here. But the actress, I forget her name, who plays the older woman that stays and lives with them in the front room. Boy, does she do a performance. I mean, it's a bit of a caricature, but what do you expect from this kind of horror film? Obviously, this is a divisive film, and I don't think it ultimately stuck the landing quite that well. There's one very out there scene that made me wish the movie maybe committed to being a little bit more all over the place realistically, instead of, it felt like a mishmash of style. But I will say there were some hilarious, iconic lines. I mean, if you know, you know. But boy, do you see a lot of excrement in this movie. Probably more than I've ever seen in any other film. And it's not, again, don't eat while you're watching this movie. But help me, Belinda is something I like to scream at my friend quite a lot now. Black Phone 2, I don't know why people loved this movie so much. I loved the first Black Phone movie, and as a matter of fact, I believe it's later on in this list because I watched it for the first time this year. But the sequel that came out this year, it again does the sequel thing where it takes us out of that wonderfully pristine environment that was so ripe for a really compelling horror story and tries to expand it out into a world that is too big for its britches. Suddenly we're at this, winter camp in the mountains, but we're not entirely sure why we're there. And even if we are, it's just so dubiously connected to the plot points of the first film. They're just, stretching the plot so thin that how on earth can the people skate on it? Which the most iconic scenes are, when Ethan Hawke as the grabber is skating on the ice, which, it has its moments, but for me, it just did not deliver. And it felt too Hollywood compared to what the first Black Phone film was. A Medea Christmas, I believe, is the highest Medea film I saw this year, and one of my favorite Medea movies. I watched it this past Christmas. It's from 2013 with my friend. And there's some, what I loved about this is not only is Medea funny, and not always is she this funny. This was a really good one. But I also thought the actual drama, the family story, was actually so compelling that I actually cared about it just as much as the comedy stuff, which is extremely rare for a Medea movie. Usually I'm kind of like fading out, zoning out when we're not doing the comedy bits. But the actual story, I was very engaged with. I wanted to know what happened. I was invested in the character and how they were reacting. I was like, oh my God, I'm fully in. So I don't know, a bit of a sleeper surprise here. I don't know if people would agree, but I did enjoy it. Megan 2.0. Everything has to become a franchise. Well, I think this was a huge mistake on Universal's part to release this in the summer. I think that if it had stuck to a January or February release date, or even maybe a September, October, it could have done better. The first Megan was like an unexpected success. So of course, greenlight a sequel, but then put it at like a time of year where we're getting all these blockbusters and it's summer. I don't think it's going to do what you'd think it would. Megan 2.0 is fine. I didn't think the first film was that great either. I think I gave it 3 stars as well. This is a sequel that introduces another, robot. It goes very Terminator. So it's not quite as horror, but I'm fine with that. Why not take this franchise in that direction? It kind of makes sense. But at the end of the day, what it says about AI is still a little, I don't know. It could say more. It could have a little more to say, but at the same time, it's meant to be a bit of a brain dead movie, so I'll forgive it that. But it's becoming a little bit more dystopian, I think, as we get more and more into this AI conversation. And if we're going to have movies like this, I feel like they need to engage with that conversation a little bit more critically. But at the same time, it's a good, entertaining film if you want to see some good action between killer, badass robots. The Great Flood is a Korean film on Netflix that, it's advertised as a disaster movie, but that's not really what it is. I don't want to spoil it, but speaking of AI is very much a core theme in this film, and I did not see it coming. But this movie, after about 30 minutes or 40 minutes, goes into a very trippy and esoteric direction that I was not expecting, but was kind of let down by. And I did feel a little bit like I didn't understand what I was watching. If you know, you know. I again don't want to spoil any of these movies. I really love the idea. I love disaster movies. I wish they made more of them. But this movie isn't what you think it is. But if you're into like existential AI stuff, along with some good disaster horror scenes, you might be into this. Speaking of Taylor Swift, the last thing I think I logged on Letterboxd for 2025 was the final episode of the End of the Era, the End of an Era, Eras Tour docu-series, which was 6 episodes. It did not need to be 6 episodes, that were talking about the Eras Tour. Now, a lot of it was about the European leg. I thought it was very interesting. They just talked a little bit about the beginning of the first show in Glendale, Arizona in 2023, but then they mostly skip over the rest of the 2023 legs, including Asia in early 2024. And a lot of it is about, the European leg. It talks a lot about the Vienna, Austria terrorist threat that made her shut down, cancel a concert. There's some kind of moving behind the scenes stuff about that. We get Florence getting interviewed and talking about how she choreographed and got ready on stage to perform Florida with Florence, kind of for the Florida show, I think, because she did come back to the States for one last stint. So that was really cool to see Florence in this. We also see Sabrina Carpenter, Travis Kelce, of course. It was all over the place. I wish that it had been structured a little more thematically. In one episode, we'll be talking about one background dancer's, upbringing and how they came to be a part of the Eras Tour. And then we'll suddenly be with Travis and we'll be talking about her parents. And then we'll be talking about Sabrina Carpenter will be there. It was just like we could have packaged these episodes a little bit more thematically. It just felt a little all over the place. But, I'm sure all Taylor Swift fans have seen it. It had a little bit of an interesting insight into what went into a pretty impressive tour. I'm not going to lie. Saturday night was just so Adderall brained. I think that it works for the sort of setting of Saturday Night Live, this chaotic nature of putting together this thing that everyone thought was going to fail in the 70s. The performances are all around pretty good, but it didn't help that I didn't exactly know that well the people that they were portraying. And I know that's my bad, but I haven't gone into the archives of SNL. I'm young. What am I going to do? Don't have time for it. Yeah, I mean, look, it had merit for being a decent, interestingly shot look at, in real time, by the way, the preparation for SNL. And it just made you in that time and place kind of feel that energy. It was kind of stressful energy. I wasn't sure I was feeling very good about this whole runtime, the whole thing, the whole time. It just made me think about how stressful life can be. I was just like, oh my God, y'all, does it have to be like this? But I also respect and think a lot about what people do for art and how much they believe in something. And there's a lot of testament to that viewed in this story. So it's definitely worth seeing, but I didn't love it quite as much as some people did. Gladiator 2, what a fall from grace. I mean, are we that surprised that Ridley Scott doesn't have the sauce anymore? Not really, but I had hoped that I would like this movie more than 3 stars. I don't know. I mean, the music did do a lot of the heavy lifting for the first film, and Harry Gregson Williams, he interpolates the iconic motifs, but certainly doesn't, harp on them as much. And so that definitely downgrades the experience. But overall, it was too CGI. It was too Hollywood brain dead at points. It just didn't have enough of the epic, timeless, emotional weight that the first Gladiator film had. I mean, it's a shame. It's a lot like the Hobbit films in comparison to the Lord of the Rings. It just feels so much more commercial somehow, and it feels kind of pointless. Like the story is not. I mean, I do think the twin emperors were pretty interesting to watch on screen. and interesting villains. And obviously, Denzel Washington does a pretty good job with his role. He got some nods and awards for that, or at least nominations. Denzel Washington carries this movie. And I wasn't necessarily the biggest Paul Mescal as a terrible gladiator choice person, because I think he looks the part. He looks like a Roman soldier. I mean, with the hair and the body, he looks so good. But yeah, his emotions are minute and they are much more close to the camera, so he doesn't, have the same broad strokes as Russell Crowe did for a blockbuster protagonist. But he wasn't the biggest problem I had. I think the biggest problem was just the overall messiness of the script and the story, and also the over reliance on the CGI and making this into a bit of a Marvel movie. There were parts of it that felt a little bit like Thor Ragnarok. Which, are we that surprised? I mean, but I don't know. The first Gladiator is just so elevated from typical, Hollywood action films. It's the Best Picture winner, and this is certainly not. The Naked Gun, I am shocked it's this high on my list, but you know what? I really enjoyed it. I mean, I've heard most people enjoy this movie. It is short and sweet. I loved how short it was. I was like, thank goodness it doesn't go on too long, because I was just like, I will say this, the first 10 minutes, I was like, I'm about to turn this off. Because I think Pamela Anderson was what really sold me on it, but then also Liam Neeson, once Pamela Anderson is in the conversation, he becomes funnier to me too, and their dynamic together just works so well. But the first part where, it's just Liam and we're doing the, typical cop humor stuff, I was kind of like, this is just not for me. This is too lowest common denominator kind of male humor, straight male humor. And I never saw the original Naked Gun movies. I don't know anything about them. Now I do a little bit, but but Pamela Anderson really carries this. The comedic timing is great. But, they, like I said, they work so well together. It's just stupid fun. And we don't get a lot of comedies like these days that are so unapologetically absurd like this these days. I mean, the ending where they're like, they're stuck in like this, like the meta sort of like, are we in a movie? What's going on? I mean, that was brilliant. If you know what I mean, you know what I'm talking about. The ending was, I was just jaw on the floor. Like, this is brilliant. Baby Girl. I keep forgetting I saw this movie this year. This movie felt like it was trying so hard to be subversive. And it ended up being actually kind of soft in the sexual department compared to what I expected it to be, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. I'm not here to watch porn necessarily, although Harris Dickinson, I'm like, okay. There was some palpable tension that was erotic and some interesting, positions that people placed themselves in. But at the end of the day, I didn't quite get what all the hype was about. I mean, obviously Nicole Kidman was delivering a pretty solid performance, but I didn't think it was anything exemplary, especially since I feel like Nicole Kidman can do this kind of stuff in her sleep. It's just, I mean, I don't know. It was fine. It was kind of lukewarm at the end, though, for something that promised to be piping hot. Titan, the Ocean Gate submersible disaster, is a documentary about the ill-fated submarine that went down in 2023 to explore the Titanic and then exploded. And all I'll say is it was extremely fascinating to learn about all the things that led to that happening and all of the ways in which the guy, I forget his name off the top of my head, but he's like an Elon Musk kind of guy, just said F it to regulation and just made it so that this was almost inevitable and he deserved what happened. It's just a shame that there were some, especially the one, I believe, 18-year-old or 19-year-old boy who got caught up in it. What a tragedy that could have so 100% been prevented. The Conjuring Last Rites, or The Conjuring 4. I was extremely hyped for this film. I love the first two Conjuring films so much. Some of my favorite modern horror films. The Conjuring 3 was fine. At the end of the day, I didn't hate it. But it was certainly a step down. Michael Chavez is, I think, definitely no James Wan. And once again, he's directing here. And this is even worse. The Last Rites film was so forgettable. It was so underwhelming. I saw it in a huge packed theater, and this movie did amazing at the box office, which is great. We're actually now getting a Conjuring prequel series, which before they had said this was going to be it, but then they saw the money coming in. They're like, I guess it's not. I'm glad we're getting more because I don't want, just like with Hell House LLC, I don't want to end on such a low note. But I think for me, what I had such a problem with was this movie just was not scary. There was very little about this movie that was like making me feel like I was watching anything that I hadn't seen before. And that's the problem with Michael Chavez, because I felt the same way about The Nun 2. The Nun, the first one was not great, but it had an atmosphere and it felt like a real horror film. The Nun 2 felt like sort of like a slightly more sanitized attempt at turning the premise into something more than it was. And it ended up being about too many characters and locations, and it just didn't have the same haunting atmosphere. And the same can be said about The Last Rites. I felt like we didn't actually spend as much time with the haunted family. The subjects of the film, we take forever to get to them. That by the time we're there, I mean, there is this buildup, but it just doesn't go anywhere satisfying. And, they tease it as like the hardest thing they've ever faced. And at the end of the day, I'm still like, what they faced in the first two films was way more terrifying. Even in the third film, there's some really this one has a spinning mirror. I mean, I'm like, there's so much left to be desired here. I wanted this to be a film that really went out with a bang and just, kind of a little over the top. I mean, I'm not saying it had to be gory, but it needed to be like truly terrifying for a PG-13 horror film, and it just wasn't. It was very safe and very boring. The Running Man, again, I wouldn't have seen this in theaters without AMC A-List. I just wanted to see Glenn Powell shirtless, rappel out that window. Let's be real. There were some really, entertaining, riveting scenes. I mean, the premise is great. You're on a show trying to escape these bounty hunters, and if you can survive 30 days or whatever, you win this prize, and it's this dystopian Hunger Games kind of thing. But, at the end of the day, the movie starts devolving, as so many of these movies do. And by the end, it's so unbelievable. He's always in the right place at the right time. People are doing things that don't necessarily feel realistic. Even though I know it's a fantasy, it's a fiction story, there should still be a little bit of realism imbued in how people are interacting. And when he's on the plane, everything just starts getting too convoluted. And I mean, it's engaging and entertaining enough. But, there's a reason why people are not calling it a very good film. Halloween Kills is the second of the Halloween, David Gordon Green, I believe is his name of the director, Halloween reboot films from a few years ago. This is the bloodiest. I mean, there were some scenes I did have to look away. My boyfriend warned me. He was like, this one's pretty violent. It picks up right at the end of the 2018 Halloween, and I loved that about it. Sometimes we need that kind of continuation. Not as good as the 2018 one, but I mean, I was pretty invested in it. Mafia Mama, Toni Collette is so cunt in this movie. I mean, this movie was made for the gays, obviously. It's made for people who like White Lotus. Once again, we're in Italy, and the scene with her on the Zoom call, if you know, you know. That's the funniest part of the whole movie. It kind of, like The Naked Gun, like I like when they make these kind of movies. It reminded me of a Paul Feig comedy, something Melissa McCarthy would have been in. But, I'm sorry, I'm going to enjoy this stuff. It's not more than 3 stars, but it's a great date movie. It's a great, popcorn movie to watch. I recommend it if you want a good female comedy. Lilo and Stitch, the other Disney live-action remake that came out this year. I gave this 3 stars, unlike Snow White, which I gave 2.5. This movie, oh boy. I mean, like I said, I'm going to talk at length about these movies more when I make my Disney, animated remake video. But I see where some people don't like this movie, and I do think that, at times it's going for shot, and then it deviates from the original so glaringly, almost defiantly. Like, it's like, ha, I can do this better. And it's like, actually, no, you can't. You can't tell this story any better than it was in 2002. Lilo and Stitch is a perfect animated film. And you can't say that about a lot of the other animated films that they've readapted. So the changes they make are obviously going to make it worse. Now, I don't have so much of a problem with Lilo ending up with her, neighbor as some people do, because I do think it's a little bit more realistic and a little bit more fair to Nani. Because why does Nani have to be saddled with her like her sister, and not be able to go to college? But then some people were like, well, she could go to college in Hawaii. She doesn't have to go all the way to California to study marine biology. Yeah, maybe it's a slightly more higher tier school that she would go to, but I'm sure Hawaii has great marine biology programs. Look at where Hawaii is located, okay? It's the epicenter of that. So it did feel like the plot, lost a little bit of that Ohana magic. But it didn't bother me that much. The loss of Gontu really bothered me. I didn't, of course, the way they turned Zach Galifianakis's, it's Pleakley and Jumba. The way Jumba became Gontu, it was a stupid decision. They obviously just didn't have the budget to animate Gontu. And yeah, some of the special effects and some of the aliens did look a little rough. It did feel a little bit like a Disney Plus movie. And it's great it went to theaters. Stitch looked great. It still had some heart that I loved about it. I think that opening where like Lilo's running through, her native town, and we're hearing the opening Hawaiian song from the movie, it tugged the right strings. But then there are just moments where it's just like, I'd rather watch the original. And that's, at the end of the day, the problem with all these remakes. Boston Strangler is inspired by a true story about investigating a serial killer in Boston in the mid 20th century. Keira Knightley does a great job. This is the kind of movie me and my mom would watch. It's perfectly serviceable. It's not anything exemplary in terms of filmmaking or acting, but it does a pretty good job, I believe, of telling this story, and it's pretty riveting. Black Bag. This movie ended up being more of a Mr. and Mrs. Smith kind of thing than it ended up thinking it was going to be. I'm not really sure at the end of the day how I feel about this movie. I don't watch a lot of Steven Soderbergh movies, so maybe I'm just not like quite used to him and his style. But it's this spy espionage movie that it's really about, the male-female dynamic in a relationship, and it's very sensual. And Kate Blanchett sells it for me. I'll watch her do anything. It definitely had intriguing moments, but then there were times I was just kind of a little lost. This version of the Nutcracker, I watched for the first time, although I may have seen clips of it when I was a kid around Christmas. This is the one that has a lot more of the Maurice Sendak illustrated designs, if I'm not mistaken. It has a very distinct visual style. The staging is very unique from other. I'm very used to the Balanchine version, and I kind of do maybe like revert to that a little too much, and I need to broaden my horizons in my visualization of the Nutcracker. It's a little all over the place. I think that the the Magic Kingdom section, the Orientalism was a little, it's the 80s. It was a little dubious. I was like, I don't know about this Orientalism that we're doing. It felt old-fashioned, which I guess you could assume. But I love the Nutcracker, and I just want to see as many ballet renditions of it on screen as I can, and also in person if I could too. Gosford Park. I did watch this movie for the first time this year, but I'm going to be honest with you, I did fall asleep during a portion of it. I was trying so hard. This was our family Thanksgiving movie. And, so many iconic British actors and actresses. Maggie Smith, obviously Helen Mirren. Everyone's in this movie. But it was so beloved that it nearly, or if I believe, if I'm not mistaken, it might have gotten a Best Picture nomination. I think it did. I get it. Like, I was kind of into it at the beginning, but it takes so long for the murder to happen. And we are very much just sort of meandering through, this high society, 1930s, 1940s British aristocratic gathering, but nothing's happening. And we're just getting like, these vague references to different characters, and everything is feeling a little unpinned down. I don't know how to explain it. And I was just getting tired, and we'd eaten a lot of turkey, and I was just like, I don't know if this can hold my attention. So unfortunately, I did fall asleep a little bit, and then I was awake for the remainder, but yeah, I don't know. I just wasn't that compelled by this. It's Julian Fellows. This is what inspired him to do Downton Abbey. And a lot of people say that this is better than Downton Abbey. And I will say the screenplay was sharp. But I don't know. I just think Downton Abbey had a more, like, the characters just felt more like, I mean, obviously it's a TV series versus a, 2-hour movie. But I just felt like the characters are more interesting in Downton Abbey. I mean, Maggie Smith's character is always going to be interesting in both versions. But I don't know. Here's the Black Phone. Yeah, what I've already said kind of with the Black Phone too. I mean, I almost could justify giving this 3.5 stars. I mean, this was a really gripping, like sort of psychological horror about, poor Mason Thames when he was a younger actor, just going through it, like being trapped in this basement. I mean, it's horrifying. Not just for the supernatural elements, but just for thinking about a child having to be subjected to this. It's very real, and that's what's so terrifying about it. I watched the original animated Lord of the Rings for the first time this year from 1978. I had watched half of it a long time ago, and I never finished it. And this year I was like, I'm going to finish it. I'm going to watch the whole thing. As you know, The Lord of the Rings are my favorite movies of all time, the Peter Jackson films. I have seen The Hobbit animated film before, but I'd never seen the adaptation of Fellowship and Two Towers. It doesn't go to Return of the King because they never got around to it, because this movie did not do well financially. I love how it does incorporate this, live action, I'm not sure what the technique here is, overlaying for particularly the Black Riders and for the orcs on top of the hand-drawn animation. We have actual live action silhouetted figures. I thought that was a really interesting choice that made it feel extremely raw and artsy. Like, it just felt elevated from a typical hand-drawn animated film from the 70s. And so I really appreciated that. The faces are derpy as anything. I mean, good God, Sam's face. I mean, there's so many moments where there's just the derpiest face you've ever seen in animation. But, it's low budget. What are you going to do? This was when they thought The Lord of the Rings was unfilmable. So, this was a big deal for the time. September 5. This is about the Munich terror attacks where the Israeli Olympic team is held hostage and unfortunately are killed. It's a tragic, tragic story that, is being spotlit at a time where I think a lot of people are kind of like, well, sad, but look at what's going on in Israel today. Yeah, I tried to make sure I took out the sort of 2025 of it all when I viewed this film and just sort of look at, like, this film is very much about how ABC had to react to this ongoing live situation and be the ones on the ground to film all of this stuff and broadcast it to the world. They were the people who were getting it to the world. And it was, like Saturday Night, sort of just a great, desk room drama in that regard. Real time, kind of just like sweating with them, figuring out what to do. It was engaging enough. Watched it with my family. But, the politics now are so murky. It's hard to like look at it objectively anymore, which is sad because, I mean, we can condemn what happened to these poor Olympic athletes, but also, we have to look at, Israel's not always going to be the victim here going forward. So it's an interesting, some people think there's a reason why they put it out when they did, and I don't necessarily think that's the case. I think this movie was made before October 7th. The Breakthrough is I believe it's Swedish. Yes, a Swedish limited series, one of the first I watched of the year, about the assassination of one of their prime ministers. They had in broad daylight, well, it was in the middle of a street in the night, but it was kind of like in broad daylight. One of their prime ministers in the 90s was just brutally murdered. And so it involves the investigation of how they came to, apprehend the killer. It took a very long time. It was a very interesting story, so I highly recommend it. This was, again, nothing extraordinary in terms of television, but a pretty decent, crime drama about a story I didn't know very much about. All right, we finally enter the 3.5 tiers. So this is where we're going to be for the bulk of this video, and we got a lot of movies to talk about. Stop motion was gross. This is a gnarly, dirt under your fingernails horror film that just barely scooches into the 3.5 tier for me. I could definitely make a case for 3 stars. But I don't know, if you like grimy, sort of unusual horror, I love the sort of creepy dolls that are made in this movie, and that was sort of what drew me into it when I saw the trailer. It's extremely cerebral and surrealistic. It doesn't explain everything very clearly. You're left confused. But I was definitely anxiety riddled, glued to my seat watching this very disturbing movie. E is the true story of a World War II photographer, Lee Miller, played by Kate Winslet. This is a typical biopic that, obviously is made for awards. It didn't actually get any kind of nominations or awards, but it was safe enough that people, could say it's not bad, it's just not that good. My parents and I enjoyed it. I love these sort of historical biopics about very important figures, particularly women who are pioneers in their field. Lee Miller did a whole lot for, photojournalism at that time when, women were not able to get out in the war, and document stuff. And so she was persistent and made, a statement that, helped people realize the horrors and atrocities of the Holocaust and everything in World War II. Horizon, An American Saga, Chapter 1 by Kevin Costner. Are we ever going to get Chapter 2? At this point, I'm not sure. It sounds like there's unfortunately some controversy now surrounding Kevin Costner and these movies. There's a potential lawsuit that's ongoing. So I believe that needs to be settled before anything can move forward, because Chapter 2 is already filmed. And so, Warner Brothers is just sort of sitting on it, and I don't know what's going to happen. But I will say, I watched this at the beginning of the year, so this was before I knew about all the drama with Kevin Costner and stuff, but I did enjoy it. It definitely leaves a lot to be desired in the fact that it sets up a movie that we may never see. It introduces probably too many characters. It would have been nice if we took out one subplot, maybe even 2, and just focused on one family escaping. There's definitely some, nuance to discussing how Native Americans are portrayed here. You can have that discussion. It's definitely a little bit more of an old-fashioned Western. But I hate to say it, but there were some horrific events that happened at that time. And, we can't shy away from that either. So I wouldn't necessarily say that this film, I don't know, I'm not Native. I can't fully comment on that and how it, really speaks to Native representation in Hollywood. But I can understand how people might feel either way about it. That's all I'm going to say. But I will say, I did not really love the actual Kevin Costner storyline as much as I liked the other characters' storylines. Kevin Costner's character storyline felt a little draggy and a little smaller scale than everything else that we were dealing with. The other stories were about the Oregon Trail, and they were about, these towns having to flee for their lives from invaders and attack and Native Americans, and I just didn't really care that much about, this small town feud that he had with this one family. It was just, I don't know. It had some good music, though. I actually do think the score by John Debney was beautiful, and I would have loved to have seen it nominated at the Academy Awards last year. Ash is a very psychedelic horror film, sci-fi horror film that I would not have seen if it weren't for my boyfriend. He showed it to me on Blu-ray, which was beautiful because there's some beautiful color in this movie. At the end of the day, this movie presents itself as a little more than it is because at the end, you kind of are like, oh, okay, that's all it was. I kind of wanted it to be more. This movie starts out so surreal and so slow and, ominous and psychedelic. And then a lot of it just kind of drags. But at the same time, I was riveted and I was kind of taken on a journey. I think it's worth seeing. Flying Lotus, I mean, that's an interesting name for, your stage name, I guess. It did feel a little bit like a music video. I can see how some people have said he's directed music videos and stuff before. I wanted more out of this sort of lore about like where this entity came from and, that's infecting people. And I just, yeah, it was an interesting story, but, it could have been more. The Apprentice. Speaking of politics today, I finally saw this movie. It came to a free with ad streaming service because I wasn't going to pay for this thing. And I was like, all right, let's just watch it. Sebastian Stan's supposed to be really good here. And yeah, he is. And Jeremy Strong is really good as Roy Cohn. But boy, is this hard to watch. I mean, the saddest thing that you get out of this, and I do believe that, obviously not everything depicted here is how it really happened. But, I think it's no stretch to believe that, someone as horrible as Roy Cohn at the end of this movie pleads to Donald Trump saying, I don't even recognize you anymore. You are a monster. And for someone who already was such a monster and so despicable at the beginning of the movie to say that, you just realize how chilling, how dark it goes, and how demented Donald Trump really is. This movie is one of the most scary movies I saw this year because I think it does such a great job at just psychologically breaking down why Donald Trump is the way he is. I mean, obviously it doesn't get into everything. We can't fully know everything because he's not going to let us, but I mean, pretty good believable case presented here of how such a disgusting human being could have been formed psychologically. And yeah, I mean, it was definitely worth seeing for that. I will say, the acting was good. Hell House 4, or Hell House LLC Origins: The Carmichael Manor, which came out 2 years ago, I did see for the first time this year, and so it got me excited for Hell House 5. And yeah, obviously I enjoyed this a lot more. I gave it 3.5 stars. I still kind of prefer when we were dealing with the Abaddon Hotel. The Carmichael Manor stuff is never going to be quite as scary to me. I don't know why. I'm just not as invested. There's something about the, found footage setup of those first, especially the first Hell House movie, that is just always going to be the most compelling. And, the clown thing, it's starting to get a little played out, but I still think it's worth it, but it sets up a movie that comes out later that is so disappointing that I don't know. It's kind of making me sour on the whole thing altogether. It's a real shame. Haunt is a, low budget slasher horror film that I had no idea was going to be this good. I watched it around Halloween, and it's about some kids who are lured into a haunted house that ends up actually being real, and that the slashers are actually going to kill you. And so it's a cat and mouse kind of in a, horror maze kind of thing where you just aren't sure how they're going to escape. And there's some really creative traps set for the characters. It's a fun house of horror. And I think, it's not too gory, so I could handle it. I think it was a really, engaging and riveting watch. Yeah, I definitely recommend it. Joyride, a Asian comedy for, it's sort of like Girls Trip, but, the Shanghai version kind of. We go to China. There was actually surprisingly little of like urban China in this movie. I thought it was going to be a lot more like girls take on Shanghai, girls take on Beijing. But instead it was a lot of just like it was a lot of hitchhiking through the backcountry. Yeah, it was perfectly fine. I hate to say it, it didn't quite knock me off my socks as a comedy as I hoped it would. Um, I love these kind of female ensemble comedies, but I've just seen better versions of them. But you know, these kind of comedies do a lot for Asian representation in Hollywood, so it's important to see these being made. And Stephanie Shu is great in this, so you know, I do recommend it. It's a great popcorn movie. Materialists. I still have not seen Past Lives. Please forgive me, and I do plan to get around to it, hopefully someday. But this was my first Celine Song film, and I gotta say, I was kind of lulled and hypnotized by the sort of pacing and ambiance of this film. It was so relaxed, but also kind of like it was an interesting vibe. It was New York, but it was mellow. And I love that because New York can be so like loud and it's the opposite of something like Marty Supreme. But also it comments and talks about things that I've never seen a movie so directly talk about. Um, Particularly height. They spent a lot of time talking about height in the market for dating for men. And there was some really sad like realizations and sort of things said that, you know, Pedro Pascal's character, when he is like, I used to be 5'6", but I got the surgery and now I'm 6 foot. And Dakota Johnson's like, you were 5'6"? And it sounds like she thought, you know, she was like learning he was diagnosed with like an illness. I mean, it's pretty, there's a lot of like unserious humor. And Dakota Johnson, I think her sort of dry delivery, I don't know what works for this film. The sort of haughty kind of I'm better than you vibe and like I kind of don't know if I want what I want. She just had that radiating in spades. I know a lot of people think she's, you know, a terrible actress and that this movie in particular, but I don't know, it kind of worked for me. I mean, it was an interesting kind of rom-com, but you know, the comedy was very sad in a lot of ways. And it just, I mean, I had finally found a boyfriend by the time I saw this movie, but if I was still single, it would have been gut-wrenching to watch. I don't know. This movie makes you, it's not a good reminder for people who are single out there and struggling, especially if you are under 6 feet tall, because, you know, this movie is very clear about money and height are extremely important. And I hate to say it, but they're kind of right. This movie does a great job at holding a mirror up to society and sort of not really commenting on it, but just sort of letting you see it in a sort of unfrivolous way. I don't know. It's an interesting film. Speak No Evil. This was a James McAvoy horror thriller, and to keep it short and sweet, this was riveting. James McAvoy is so scary and menacing in this film. It's actually based on a Danish version that was made a couple years ago. I should probably check that out because I bet it's even better. But a bunch of people go to an Airbnb and realize that the father is a psychopath and a serial killer, and you know have to escape. And it's just a really fun, good time. The Room Next Door is one of the most morbid films I've ever seen. Tilda Swinton does a pretty good job in it. She is trying to die by, you know, assisted suicide. And Julianne Moore's character, her daughter, has to reckon with, or I think it's her friend. I can't remember if it's her daughter or her friend. It's been a while since I've seen this. She has to sort of reckon with, like, is she okay with this? They go off to this cabin in the woods, and you know, this is where Tilda's character wants to end her life, and she says, you know, when I do it, the door will be closed. And there is one really funny scene that kind of gets set up that you kind of see coming about this, but otherwise, it's an extremely dark and sad movie. But you know, I did find it poignant, and it was an important movie to see. You know, I mean, I'm very wary of death, and I'm scared about. It can be a real hard. It can be really hard for me to watch stuff like this. Obviously, the character has a terminal illness, so that I think is an important thing to factor in here. So it's not like they're just a healthy person wanting to kill themselves. This is an older woman with a terminal illness. And, you know, I'm going to be honest with you, but I actually do believe that people, particularly with terminal illnesses, should have a right to end life on their own terms. There should be some regulation about it, but I don't think it should be blanket banned. Euthanasia and things like that. I'm not completely anti that kind of thing. So a good food for thought kind of film. A complete unknown, Timothy Chalamet as Bob Dylan. I am not a Bob Dylan fan. I mean, I know some of his iconic songs. Timmy's great here. Elle Fanning's great here. They filmed some of this in Cape May, New Jersey, which I've been to quite a bit, so it was kind of cool to see that. Yeah, I don't know. It was a very by the numbers biopic. I was kind of shocked it got a Best Picture nomination last year, but at the same time, not. It's a kind of movie I never would want to see again, but felt like I needed to see. I feel the same way about the Bruce Springsteen biopic that just came out. The only reason I might see it is that my mom might want to see it, but these boomer music biopics just make me really wish we'd get the Madonna one. When do we get the Madonna one? But then it needs to be good too. So I'm just kind of, it's fine. It's just nothing to phone home about. A House of Dynamite. I actually saw this movie twice because my parents and my brother wanted to see it. And I think this film is split into 3 acts, and the first act is the best. Second is okay. The third is the weakest. And I mean, it's not really a spoiler. It's important, I think, for you to know that this movie is not going to end like you want it to. If you want to see what happens when the nuclear warhead actually hits Chicago, you're not going to see that in this movie. And I think it's actually important you know that going in because it'll make you like it more. A lot of people, when this premiered at Film Festival, people were like, what the fuck? And so that's why initially buzz was really bad. But then people have come around to it. Rebecca Ferguson is phenomenal. It's the perfect example of, people being really good at their jobs, and watching it on camera can be really fascinating sometimes. I don't really know what they're doing. I don't really understand what they're saying, but I'm just like, oh yeah, make that phone call. Yo, look at you all. You're functioning as you should, and look at you. And this is so interesting. And I feel like I'm just a fly on the wall. It's that kind of storytelling. And I kind of like that, it's kind of like calming to watch for some reason for me. I don't know why, but I like seeing people like dial numbers on phones and say stuff into, microphones. I don't know. That makes no sense. Anyway, so this movie is a lot, it's a lot of perspectives about what would happen if, the threat of nuclear war seriously came to this country. And it is a little bit more real and close to home than something like Civil War. So it has a little more weight to it. But at the end of the day, obviously, there are, I think, a lot of things that this movie does that are not realistic to if this were to really happen. But I don't know a lot about that kind of stuff. So anyway, I don't know. I think it's worth it if you want to see it on Netflix. Elio is a Pixar film that I don't think I'm ever really going to want to see again, which is sad. Pixar films fall into one of 2 categories, and this is the kind of like slightly lesser end of the Pixar canon. I do plan on actually hopefully doing a Pixar ranking this year as well. I was going to do it last year, but it didn't end up happening. So maybe after Toy Story 5 comes out, I will probably try and do a whole Pixar ranking, and I can talk a little bit more about Elio. But this was actually, I think, one of the first movies I saw with my AMC A-List subscription, so there's that. Yeah, I mean, I think that there was the bones of a really interesting story, but you can tell that corporate just, twisted and took out so much to make it the most palatable, one-size-fits-all kind of boy meets alien story that, felt so derivative of Lilo and Stitch in many ways. It felt derivative of Strange World. Some of these Disney things we've already done so many times, and I just was kind of left with like, yeah, this just doesn't quite have the magic spark. But there were some really, really beautiful, like the creativity on display for the celestial spaceship. The creatures, the aliens. There were some beautiful creative designs. I was very, in awe of the art direction, I will say. Blink Twice was such an anxiety-inducing film. What a mystery. I was so riveted. I was so on the edge of my seat. Channing Tatum inviting all of these influencer girls. It's sort of like, what if Love Island turned into a horror movie kind of thing? And it's such a great commentary on influencer culture today as well. You really think something like this could really happen, especially with like, the stuff with Epstein and everything. I mean, it's a chilling film and a great sort of female horror icon, going through it and coming out the other side. Naomi Ackie is brilliant here. Tetris, this is a movie, kind of a comic, like stretching this truth story of the origin of the Tetris game. And the fact that it was like a patent in Russia that they had to sort of secure in the Soviet Union. So, this guy has to go to the Soviet Union and try and there's a lot of backroom deal and shady kind of undercutting each other business stuff. It's a business movie. And kind of interesting. Taron Egerton is great. It's a good dad movie. Yeah. Drop, Megan Fahey, and the horror of getting airdropped mysteriously threats about her children in the middle of a date at a restaurant. A really great premise. I'm not going to lie. I was hook, line, and sinker. This is a great, cover letter for a story. I'm like, I'm seated at the theater already. You put Megan Fahey in that situation and we just have to see how it unravels. I'm seated. And I did go to see this movie before I had A-list, which is kind of shocking. I guess my friend really wanted me to go. He was the one who kind of got me into it. And I was just like, yeah, I'm going to get into this. It gets a little over the top, but you expect that from these kind of movies. I enjoyed it. Queer. This is Luca Guadagnino's 2024 movie. He had 2 in 2024, but Challengers was supposed to come out in 2023, so that's why he had 2 last year. Daniel Craig, I believe, did get an Oscar nomination for this role, but otherwise this movie did not get a lot of awards recognition. Actually, I'm not 100% sure Daniel Craig did get nominated. I can't remember. He got some nominations, places. It's based on a book. As a queer man, obviously I had to see it. Drew Starkey, he's easy on the eyes, that's for sure. Daniel Craig does a phenomenal job here. The cinematography is phenomenal. The setting is very lived in. It's an extremely trippy movie. It's slow. It takes its time. And I will say that ayahuasca scene made me feel like I was sweating. Like I was just very anxious about that scene for some reason. And it is the most memorable. I think that, their lovemaking scene while they're tripping out had some of the most beautiful depictions of homosexual relations I've ever seen in film. I will say that. Yeah, this is it's a very out there movie. Leslie Manville, again, shout out. She can do some weird roles. She can do some weird stuff. I kind of recommend it, but I also caution that, it's not for everyone. And you will kind of like walk away going, okay. It kind of is a predictable story that we've seen in, queer tales of old for many times now. But yeah, I don't know. It's more the journey than the destination. Kind of that kind of movie. Freakier Friday. The best thing, and one of the reasons I gave it an extra half star, is the Björk cameo. When Jamie Lee Curtis is holding up those album covers in that record store and she holds up Utopia's cover, I screamed. I almost screamed in the theater. I was just like, oh my God, this is perfect. Look, I know that this movie's never going to be taken that seriously. It's a silly Disney rom-com, but the original Freaky Friday was always really solid, and I think this is a decent sequel. Out of a lot of the sequels we got this year, I think this is one of the better ones. They did make things a lot more confusing. We're now, split 4 ways, and it took a minute, especially now I've seen it 2 times. But the first time I was like, wait, who's who again? But I mean, Jamie Lee Curtis is so good in this type of role. Pretending to be a, 14, 15-year-old girl stuck in a, 68-year-old woman's body, 70-year-old woman's body is so, it's never not going to be fun to see. And actually, to be completely honest with you, I know a lot of people felt like the two daughters, their sort of time as Jamie Lee Curtis and Lindsay Lohan's characters, after they switch, that they were sort of the sort of like slower and less interesting part of the film. But I actually thought they were pretty interesting and hilarious too. Whenever uh, the young British girl who Jamie Lee Curtis is now living inside of would get down and be like, "I just tooted," and like, "I've never bent my knees." Like that was so funny. I just was like, "Oh my god, this is brilliant. I'm just here for this." I could see a whole movie just about these antics. And there's a lot of cameos and callbacks. Vanessa Bayer is pretty cool in this too. Yeah, it's fine. I mean, for what it is. I mean, the new song that Lindsay sings is not anything to phone home about, especially lyrically. It's probably one of the most generic lyrics I've ever heard in a love song. It's literally called Baby. But when you get past that, you can just sort of like be like, I don't know. In Bob Iger's Disney, the sad truth is that we take what we can get. And Freakier Friday, I hate to say it, but I feel like Freakier Friday is actually sort of a bright spot in modern Disney compared to what we've been getting from Disney as of late. Now, that's pretty sad because the bar is that low. But after I left seeing Freakier Friday, I was like, this is something I actually would have been like, as a studio head, like, this is actually worth it, worth putting out. Like, this isn't that bad. Greenland. This is I think, direct to DVD video 2020 disaster movie. I was just talking about how I wanted more disaster movies, and Gerard Butler seems to be the king of them. There's actually a sequel that I just saw that came out at the beginning of 2026, which I can't talk about in this video because it's a 2026 movie and I saw it for the first time in 2026. But the first one was pretty good. I think as far as, kind of Gerard Butler-esque disaster movies go, you can't get much better than Greenland. This was actually, I think, one of my favorite disaster movies I've seen in a long time. And, once again, it will make you not want to have children because the child is the cause of a lot of problems. That damn inhaler. But the way they find themselves in these situations, I mean, it's kind of preposterous, but also kind of believable. And you're just rooting for them. And you're like, how are they going to get themselves out of this? How are they going to get to that bunker? It's a very, zany and windy road that they take. Very unexpected, but very riveting. So that's the word I'm using a lot here, isn't it? Jurassic World Rebirth. I gotta be honest with you, I think people hate this movie a little too much. Obviously, it's not as good as the OG, and I don't even think it's quite as good as the 2015 film, which I thought was a pretty good, dinosaur blockbuster. But, comparing it to like the 2018, and I never even saw the 2022 film, I think this is a decent return to form. Jonathan Bailey, with his slutty little glasses, is obviously the king here. I love seeing an unapologetically out gay man have a lead role like this. That's incredible. But Mahershala Ali is great too. Scarlett Johansson is perfectly fine. I mean, I liked the setting of it. I liked the jungle, the steamy jungle, and like the danger that you never knew what was going to kind of creep up on you. It was a premise that worked for me. I didn't actually find that family to be as annoying as I think other people did. Maybe if I watched it a second time, I would. But that whole time, I was just like, this is a great plot device to have unsuspecting people get caught up in this, because otherwise it's just the researchers who are a little better adept to deal with these dinosaurs. And so ultimately, I was like, yeah, I see where you're going with this. Gareth Edwards, I don't know. I wouldn't lose faith in him in continuing the Jurassic franchise. I thought this was a perfectly fine summer blockbuster, but people really didn't like it. It had some really thrilling dinosaur chase scenes. Obviously, the T-Rex scene is the best. Yeah, it's fine enough. I mean, Pete's Dragon. I watched this because I was, like I said, preparing to make my Disney live action animated, remake video. Pete's Dragon was a movie from, I believe, I think it was from actually the 40s or 50s or something. The Reluctant Dragon. It's a very old Disney animated live action hybrid film. Maybe the 60s. I can't remember. And Pete's Dragon was from 2016, and it was a retelling, a remake of it, and it's pretty good. It's pretty good. It's got that Chronicles of Narnia spirit. Like, it's a good children's film that adults can enjoy with really good CGI, really beautiful cinematography, great score. And I thought I was going to be kind of bored during it, but I wasn't. It reminded me a little bit of The Water Horse. It was a nice, emotive, children's dragon movie. Zootopia 2, I don't think it's as good as the first. I think the problem for me with Zootopia, especially the second one, is I'm not really feeling a lot of heart to this franchise. Zootopia is feeling a little too much to me like it's just animals running around doing spy stuff and advertising merchandise that can be sold at, Disney stores. And oh, it's a snake and it's the year of the snake, so China can watch this a million times. I don't know. Like, there was an emotional heart to this story, but I didn't feel as invested by it as I was from the first film. And I just felt a little bit like sitting there, I was just thinking about better Disney films, and it was very referential. They were constantly referencing other Disney films, and I don't think that helped because it just made me think about the lofty heights Disney used to be in its animation. And now it made me think about, the Bob Iger era and just how soulless it has felt for quite some time. And Zootopia 2, I don't know. I wouldn't necessarily say it's not a bad movie, but I just don't think it's as good as it was getting really good reviews. And some people were even saying it was better than the first. I'm like, no. The first film is, I think, just better conceived and a little more full of heart. The second one is a little chasing its own tail, but it still has a decent story, and still has the moments, but I just wasn't quite as invested in the story. Together, this was a strange horror film, a really original idea. Two people consume some sort of fungus and it forces their bodies to want to merge literally into one being. It gets gnarly, and there's a really hilarious scene in the bathroom stall after they're having sex, which, I won't fully spoil, but I'm kind of, insinuating you probably know where this is going. I will say that scene alone was pretty priceless. I did see this in a theater, and again, if I hadn't had A-list, I wouldn't have. But yeah, and then Dave Franco and Alison Brie are a real couple in real life, so it's kind of interesting that they chose to do this movie. I think they had to work out some personal relationship stuff, and they decided, let's do this movie to kind of go through that. It felt very therapeutic for them. I will say the ending, may not land for everyone. I'm not entirely sure if it landed for me. I don't know. I mean, I guess I didn't really expect there to be a cure. So yeah, it's an intriguing horror film that, pushes the limits of body horror. And, I think that's something that, I'm becoming a little bit more amenable to. I used to not really be into body horror. This isn't too bad. But there's another movie that was huge last year that I'm going to be talking about on this list that is the pinnacle of that. So yeah. Superman. This is the first time I've watched a DC movie in my recent memory, if at all. I think I might have seen the 2006 one, which I think is notoriously not very good for most people's perspective, for most people's opinion. So I've gotten into Marvel movies, but this was my first foray into DC superhero movies. And I don't know. I mean, I enjoyed it more than I might have. The first 30 minutes, I was like, this is kind of peak. Like, I'm kind of getting wrapped up in the just the aura and ambiance of this kind of telling of Superman. It's very classic, very old school and comic book. And I was kind of in just the music and everything. I was like, this could work for me. As the film progressed, I got more and more sort of like, okay, yeah, this is kind of what I feared it was going to be. The action was going to just go on a little too long for my liking. It was going to start to feel a little too light on substance. I think that at the beginning there's some really great dialogue. And there's some just moments where the filmmaking is allowed to breathe. There's some actual space, there's some negative space. And then the film starts to increase in pace as it moves along and introduces more and more characters. And as someone who's not very familiar with, the Superman lore, it wasn't too hard for me to understand what was going on. But, I mean, it just, at the end of the day, it left a little to be desired. I'm not the target demo for this type of movie anyway. But I gotta be honest with you, the fact that I was even in the theater, and I did have A-list at this point, so that was a plus. But I don't know, maybe even if I hadn't had A-list, I may have still seen this in theaters because the hype was there. And I do think James Gunn has an interesting um, approach. I've seen all the Guardians movies, and I do like that there's a little bit less of that, dour, dark, drab kind of aesthetic that some of the other superhero films have. It's nice to have something that's a little lighter and more playful in that genre. Because for me, I am kind of like coming at it from more wanting to view it that way because I don't take any of this very seriously. But at the same time, I could say that this film almost was a little too silly at points, which I kind of expected it to be. So a mixed bag overall. I do think it could have been so much worse. I never saw Man of Steel, so I can't compare it to that. So I will leave people to have fun in that conversation. But yeah, David Corenswet is a great Superman, and definitely perhaps winning my Academy Award for new coming actor to become my celebrity crush, because we're actually the same age, and he's from Philadelphia and I'm from the area as well. So I was kind of like, what? We have this connection? Never heard of you before. The Maze Runner. I was just like, these movies have just showed up on Netflix. I was always curious about this, dystopian sci-fi teen thriller about people. It's not actually so much about running in a maze as I thought it was going to be. I got to be honest with you, I was envisioning it was basically just going to be the entire third task from Goblet of Fire in a movie. And it sort of is, but there's a lot more to it. It's a lot more sort of Lord of the Flies, isolated, boy against boy. And there's one girl who comes in. So it's not all boys that are, trapped in this, competitive environment being overseen by the game makers. It reminded me a little bit of Alice in Borderland, which I got into this year as a Netflix TV series. Um, I think this is probably the strongest of the three films. I will probably watch the other two, the sequels, but the fact that we're no longer like in a distinct maze environment already has me like a little less interested in where the story has yet to go. I had the same problem with the Hunger Games. Once we stopped being about these very like rule and very staged competitive events, I lost a little bit of interest in the story. And so I just would love to see, people compete in a like gigantic maze. I think that's a really fun premise. And this movie, it had high stakes in a lot of different areas, but it was a lot. It was a lot more than I expected it to be, but it didn't exactly go where I thought it was going to go. Possum is an indie British horror film from 2018 that I watched with my boyfriend this year. We were looking for some really under your skin kind of creepy recommendations, and this came up. It's a very disturbing film, more so when it talks about, the subject underneath the imagery, although the imagery will haunt you. The puppet that is used and moved around in the very drab, brown sepia toned British winter environment that we see this film set in will haunt your nightmares. Like something I really love when horror uses these very stylized puppets to fake out the audience a little bit. I mean, I want there to be some supernatural reason for it, but sometimes there isn't. And in this case, I don't want to spoil this movie too much, but I do think this movie was always going to be a little bit more than what was on the surface, that it was going to be a lot more about metaphor, about allegory. and about abuse, in particular male sexual abuse done to other men. And so, without going into it any further, having that frame of mind, I mean, it's a very sad story, and the acting is pretty phenomenal. The British actor who plays the older man, I've seen him in things before. I can't recall his name. Is pretty sinister in this. The Last Showgirl. This is the well, other than The Naked Gun, the only Pamela Anderson movie I've fully seen where she's like the lead. And I was captivated by this very slice of life, kind of middle aged, midlife crisis, very proto feminist story about a Vegas showgirl who is being retired, but because, the venue she's been playing at for decades is struggling with money and they're having to shift their, focus. The audience is changing. And so we have Pamela Anderson's character, trying to keep it together for her daughter and, trying not to buck the system too much, but being really frustrated at what she's fighting against. And then we have her companion friend, Jamie Lee Curtis, who kind of steals the show. She is the comedic relief, and she did get a supporting actress nom for SAG last year, which was pretty impressive. I think it made a lot of people think she was going to get the Oscar. But I don't know, I was kind of buying her performance. I mean, she plays a very down and out, kind of nihilistic, pessimistic, dry, casino girl. And then the whole movie is just imbued with this tiredness, with this sort of feeling of we know we really can't change anything, but is there something we can do? And when Pamela Anderson has her audition moment, which is another stellar moment from the film, it just, you just come to, feel so much of the weight of feminism in that moment coming together. And for someone who's in a field that sometimes is often looked down upon, I thought it did a very good job at showing just how much work and how difficult and how, athletic it was to be in such a production night after night. And I don't know, I got swept up in it. I wasn't sure if I was going to be as engrossed in it as I was. And I thought that, even though maybe the structure of the narrative of the story kind of faltered a little bit, the like dynamic with her own family and her daughter got kind of shortchanged a little bit to focus a little bit more on just, Pamela Anderson's character. It was a very riveting, it was a very compelling story, and I recommend watching. Miley Cyrus performs a beautiful song for the end credits as well. Presence was a controversial horror film that had a festival premiere, I believe, a year before it released in theaters, which is pretty crazy. So it had Sundance 2024, and then it finally came to theaters in January, I believe, of 2025. I didn't see it in theaters. I had to wait until it came to Hulu. But I had been wanting to see this for quite some time. And the idea of a horror film shot from the perspective of the ghost just instantly captivated me. I'm like, this is the kind of stuff I'm here for seeing in horror and in filmmaking, where, we're taking this tried and true trope of a haunted house and flipping the script. And it ultimately, I thought, was pretty effective. I mean, at the end of the day, I felt it was a little bit more of like a soapy drama than it necessarily was a pure horror film. And going into that, there was a lot of hyperbole about this being one of the scariest films ever and people being like so pearl clutched about it. But you see that a lot after festivals and with, teasing before something comes out. And I don't think this film is necessarily supposed to be the most bone chilling, but it has its moments. It has its, it's got this detached, eerie feeling that I think it nails pretty well, where you do feel a little disembodied. And also, it has a twist, which again, I do not want to spoil, that is very kind of M. Night Shyamalan. I could have seen M. Night Shyamalan doing a movie like this. I'm kind of surprised that Steven Soderbergh beat him to this. Because I could have seen Shyamalan doing something very affecting with this as well. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, I saw a lot of people, critics in particular, trash it. But I found it to be a very interesting and refreshing experimental horror film. Speaking of a very out there horror film, The Rule of Jenny Penn is, I believe, a New Zealand production. It's a New Zealand film, but it stars John Lithgow. Oh my God. This is, the idea of a horror film set in a senior home, I'm surprised we haven't seen more of this. I do think this is the kind of film that, for example, someone like my mom would never be able to stomach, because I think for some people, I think there's this feeling of the elderly are like off limits, and I think that's why we don't see as much elderly home senior abuse stuff. I mean, it's very uncomfortable to confront. Just like sometimes stuff with children, obviously, is extremely uncomfortable too for a lot of us. And this movie is not afraid to show you things that, I've never seen before in a film, particularly about older people. So I recommend it. It's on Hulu still, I believe. I've been curious about it since I saw previews for it like earlier in the year. It is kind of comedic, but darkly so. And then it has one opening like scene moment that just absolutely shocked me. My jaw was on the floor. I was like, I cannot believe I am seeing this. But it also, let me know this movie was going to just never let me go. I will say it does go on a bit long. And, it could have been a little tighter in its runtime. We didn't need to drag things out as long as we did to get to the ending that we did. But I will say it was a very interesting and unsettling and very, sadly humorous, but very darkly so, take on what goes on in senior centers, which, are not all puzzles and bingo and, sunshine. A Bad Mom's Christmas. I mean, I'm kind of shocked I have it all the way up here, but I watched this very recently. It was one of my Christmas watches with my boyfriend. He's seen it before. He was like, you got to see this movie. I actually have not seen the first Bad Moms movie, but he was like, you don't really need to see it. You get the gist. A Bad Mom's Christmas teams up the original, Catherine Hahn, Mila Kunis, and Kristen Bell, who are in the first film, which I will see at some point, and then adds their mothers. We've got Susan Sarandon, Cheryl Hines, and Christine Baranski. I gotta say, this film was pretty hilarious. I think Christine Baranski is used wonderfully here. She is kind of just playing herself. I recently watched this Hulu series called Nine Perfect Strangers that she was on. Season 2 of it. It was not very good, but she was one of the standouts for me. She always is. So Christine was basically playing herself, but so were so many of the actresses. Cheryl Hines and Kristen Bell were hilarious as playing like mini-me twins, or as a mom trying to copy her daughter. I mean, it was a good time. I mean, if you want like a raunchy, fun, again, Melissa McCarthy-esque, Tina Fey-esque comedy for Christmas, you can do a lot worse than this. Napoleon. Speaking of Ridley Scott, now I do have this higher than Gladiator 2 because I do think I saw both this year. This is from 2023. I do think Napoleon was a stronger film. At the end of the day, it's a much more, well-researched film. I mean, obviously people are still not speaking in the proper accent that they should be, and, everything about how particularly American and Brits do other, historical biopics, that's always just something you have to accept. But at least we don't have things as egregious as like reading a Roman newspaper before the printing press was even invented, but at least we don't have things as egregious as like reading a Roman newspaper before the printing press was even invented, things like that are in Gladiator 2. It felt like the costume department, and everything was just felt a little heightened. Like this was meant to be taken a little more seriously. It had a similar fate with the Academy Awards as Gladiator 2, except it didn't even have any acting prospects like Denzel Washington. Napoleon's life is a very interesting and fascinating story, but this movie tried to cover way too much of it. And so we end up going right from the revolution to his exile, and so much happens in between that I felt we didn't exactly get the narrative thrust of what's going on historically around him as clearly as some might. I mean, if you're not as familiar with Napoleon's story, you'd be a little confused. But Vanessa Kirby is great as, his wife, his lover. And I found it to be a compelling, elevated historical drama that, my parents really enjoyed. And that's, at the end of the day, Ridley, if you can get my parents to enjoy it, that's all that matters. Annihilation. So after seeing Ash, my boyfriend, who's very into sci-fi horror, was like, you've got to see this 2018 Alex Garland movie called Annihilation. And so I'd heard bits and pieces about it being very out there, very esoteric, very trippy. And so I finally saw it this year, and I words cannot describe how out there this movie is. I think this one gets the award for the most creative film I saw this year. It does feel like you need to be on drugs, particularly during the like towards the end of the film to get really swept up in it. And I will say, I mean, again, as someone who really loves to learn about lore and really wants to see behind the curtain about things that are mysterious and unexplainable, I do wish this film, dove a little bit more into the unexplainable. That was the phenomena that was going on because it was so bizarre. But I mean, at the same time, I mean, I think a lot of people would have thought that was a cop out if that had been the route it had gone, where everything was exposition to death. And we found out, I mean, that's just me. I just want to know more about the mystery. The story was very compelling. Very gruesome movie. One of the few movies where I really had to look away because there was a scene where they cut someone open and there's like an alien inside of them. I mean, no, no, no. That scene was too much for me. I've come a long way with gore, but that was a no-no. But I mean, the soundtrack, the CGI was just like unreal. This movie is definitely worth seeing, but I could see it being a little polarizing to some audiences. The Ritual was a horror film I saw this year from 2017. I'm actually kind of surprised I never saw it before because I believe it's been on Netflix all this time. And I guess I got it confused with another movie called The Ritual that I always looked at, but was like, this looks too gory for me. So I think I got them confused. There's a bunch of movies called The Ritual out there. But this movie is about some hikers who go off into, I believe, Norway. And they discover that something is hunting them in the woods. And it's like a folk horror. So there's like ties to ancient, Norwegian and Swedish, Scandinavian folk legends. And it's a very interesting, thrilling ride with a really, really creative creature design. I don't again want to spoil too much, but the film does actually reveal quite a lot. I thought it wasn't going to reveal as much as it did, but I'm glad it did because it left me feeling like I got the full inhalation of what this was trying to give me. It wasn't just hinting at things. The Blair Witch Project doesn't show you the actual witch. Sometimes I really wish it did. Sometimes less is more, but I think this film did a very good job at showing us the entity without making it feel like we saw too much and it would take away from what we've already experienced. So a really interesting, Netflix horror that I'm surprised I haven't seen for so long. Speaking of overhyped horror, Longlegs was one of the horror films of 2024, at least as far as it was advertised. It was being spoken about as being like one of the scariest films ever made. The trailers were some of the most unique and artistic I'd seen for a horror film, and so I was extremely excited and interested. And of course, Osgood Perkins has become, quite a folk hit director. I gotta be honest with you. I don't think this film is as controversial for some people as, it isn't for me a flop by any means. 3.5 stars, as you can see. The premise was extremely alluring. That opening shot, I mean, Nicolas Cage, it's rare that I get such goosebumps and I get so kind of sick in my stomach about what I'm watching. But Nicolas Cage does something that Pennywise never could do for me. Although Pennywise comes close. But I think it was the folk indie kind of approach that we have here where it's not as CGI, it's a lot more real feeling. That just makes Longlegs very compelling as a horror villain. But the story is so much more than just Longlegs. I mean, the story is this mystery that, again, I don't want to spoil, but I actually was kind of, pretty satisfied with at the end. I know a lot of people weren't. They felt this was just, it really missed the mark. And, yeah, it's not quite a weapons level reveal. We'll talk about weapons. Yeah, we know it's coming. But I don't know. Longlegs is definitely up there in the pantheon of good horror films from this decade so far. Speaking of horror, a film that I was the probably most anticipating in the horror space in not only 2025, but also in 2024 when it was supposed to release, it did have a festival release then, is Shelby Oaks by the YouTube critic himself turned indie filmmaker Chris Stuckman, who, if you're not familiar, has been reviewing films on YouTube for over a decade. And I started watching his videos like 8 or 9 years ago. And he's an inspiration to many critics on YouTube. And he finally got to direct his own film. And it got a neon release and it got a Mike Flanagan production credit. Like, it was a big deal that this got to get like pretty wide release in theaters in October. I was so excited to see it. I'd heard mixed things. I didn't go in with crazy high expectations. It's found footage, but it also is mixed with like traditional filmmaking. And that is a bit of a choice. I think if they had stuck entirely to the found footage route, maybe this would have been more successful, because I do feel the film falters a little bit when it is trying to be, more of a prestige, polished horror film. The mystery is so good, but one of those mysteries that, you're almost like, I don't know if this could ever. Like, I feel that way a little bit about Lake Mungo, because I love Lake Mungo. It's still one of my favorite horror films. But sometimes the answers are just never going to be as satisfying as the mystery and the buildup. What happened to this woman? The way it's teased out, and it's just exactly what I would do if I made a horror film about this kind of missing person thing with a supernatural bent. I love movies about paranormal investigative teams that are found footage. They're oftentimes pretty bad, but some real gems are out there, and this film had that magic in it. But by the end, I did feel as though I'd seen better iterations of this kind of reveal of this kind of story. This year, I mean, thanks to my boyfriend partially, but also just because I think a lot of good horror films have been coming out lately, I saw a lot of really good horror. So, it's tough competition. But at the end of the day, I think 3.5 stars is fair. Chris will only get better from here. I think that, this is his first film. He didn't have a high budget. I did feel like the CGI on the dog maybe was overkill because it just felt so fake. And I didn't love that. But at the same time, I know it probably meant so much that he got the extra budget to do that CGI dog. I don't know. I feel like less is more sometimes when you're going with a film where the director doesn't have, like, look at Hell House, for example. Very low budget, did not need a lot. Just a creepy clown costume, and it could just fill in all the blanks for you. Jay Kelly was the most Oscar-baited film that ever well, that title still goes to Maestro. But this was a Maestro-esque Oscar bait film I'm filming this the day before the Oscar nominations. I think it's going to get goose-egged. I don't think it's going to get any acting noms, any screenplay, any of that. Adam Sandler and George Clooney, it's an agent with this, older actor who's kind of washed up at this point and thinking about retiring. And he's looking back on his life and his daughter he has a bit of a fraught relationship with. It's a tale as old as time for these kind of Hollywood movies about Hollywood. Laura Dern is this sort of frazzled, publicist for him that just like, I'm kind of over this, and eventually just fizzles out of the movie. It had its moments, but at the end of the day, I did feel like I was watching a George Clooney jerk fest. And he's not a bad actor. It was a beautifully shot film. You get to see a lot of Italy and Europe. So if you want to get taken along and like a kind of feel good Hollywood, kind of classic Hollywood story, then this movie's for you. But I can see why the reviews have been like, not quite as effusive for something that I think they thought it was going to be. Eden, one of the last movies I saw in 2025 with my family. This is about a real story of some German settlers in the 1930s. No, I think it is the 1930s. It's right before Hitler goes completely out of control. They leave Germany and try and form an utopian paradise on an island in the Galapagos. And this Baroness character shows up, played by Anna de Armas, and she is so deliriously unhinged and funny. Very C-U-N-T. Very, very, she is a villain, but you don't really root for her, but I don't know. She's so affecting, you don't want her off your screen. Jude Law, you get to see, I never knew he was built like that. I knew he was a good-looking guy, but I remember seeing, like, Cold Mountain and stuff, and when he's shirtless, I was like, he's not that built. Like, he's not, like, he's not like that kind of guy, but he looks like a superhero in this movie. I mean, I'm like, damn, Jude Law's looked buffer. I don't know if Jude Law's ever looked buffer. And you see a lot of his, you know, uh, exterior, shall we say. Sydney Sweeney is actually one of the best actors in this. I mean, she plays a very sympathetic, housewife character who's just wanting to, get along with everyone and have her child. I will say, given the whole discourse around Sydney Sweeney that's been going on, it was interesting to watch this movie and kind of think about Sydney and where she's kind of become. I think Sydney is sort of backpedaling a little bit. I think she's realizing that courting the far right or right wing at all is not necessarily going to help her, in Hollywood getting good roles. But then, I mean, she's doing really well with The Housemaid now, and that's sort of a movie you'd expect Sydney to be. Sydney playing a 1930s German woman with a German accent. She really goes for the accent. The accents aren't all there, but I'm not German, so I can't critique it. She sounds convincing, at least to my American ears, and I'm like, Sydney, if I didn't know any better, I'd think you were one of these like esteemed European stage actors who came in and did a movie. Like, I mean, she has some gravitas. And let me say also, because last year I saw Immaculate, I have now seen 2 movies where I have seen very traumatizing birth scenes for Sydney Sweeney's characters. I don't know. She seems to really be drawn to those type of roles. That's all I'm going to say. Anora, the Best Picture winner from last year. If you watched my Oscars coverage from last year, you know how I feel about this film. Of course, I hadn't had the chance to see it, I believe, until after the Oscars had aired, which was one of the frustrating things about, before I had A-List. Maybe I would have seen it in theaters. I do not think this was a deserving win. When I look at like Best Picture winners, I'm a little frustrated about this win. It's not a Crash or The Artist. It's not like that bad, but I'm just kind of like, we had so many better options to choose from last year. At the end of the day, though, 3.5 stars, right in the middle of the pack, is a fair assessment. Mikey Madison is magnetic. She is like fun to watch on screen. She is an amazing actress. The supporting men are pretty good. It's a chaotic film. It reminds me, Marty Supreme reminded me a lot of it. People, again, just making very stupid decisions and going, and then things just spiral out around them. Let's watch and see how much reality can dissolve realistically, because there's a lot of realism in these stories, over people making not the best decisions. And so it's sometimes a little hard to feel sorry for our protagonist, because, it's like, girl, don't you kind of see what you're getting yourself into? Like, he clearly is, even if he thinks he's in love with you, he is way too young and in no healthy state to make that assessment. Like, you should be like not surprised at all that what's going down is going down. But yeah, I mean, it had its moments. It was pretty funny. It was engaging. It becomes sort of like this, let's hunt for the male lead boy character for like a big chunk of the movie. And during that scene, it's just so off the rails. You kind of just are swept up in it. So, I mean, I enjoyed it. I'll have to live with the fact that it won Best Picture. And that Anora, like that Demi Moore did not win Best Actress, but it is what it is. Last Breath is a true story, or based on a true story, about a diver who got stranded doing work on some sort of pipeline in the ocean. I'm not entirely sure. Almost didn't survive. It's pretty miraculous that they did. I am spoiling this movie a little bit. I'm so sorry. Woody Harrelson stars as sort of the dive leader. But he's not the actual, he's too old at that point. The men who are down there are doing the really, really scary work. I could never do what they do. It was a very affecting and gripping, claustrophobic kind of movie. I mean, if you like heroic, based on true story, kind of like beat the odds kind of stuff like that, this is a by the numbers, well done version of that. It's nothing extraordinary, but I found it to be, a well worth your time. Now, Osgood Perkins also released a film this year called Keeper. He released 2 films. Obviously, Monkey I had way down. I didn't enjoy that movie that much. I'm actually a little surprised I have Keeper above Longlegs now that I'm going through this list. I mean, it's only a couple spaces above. Maybe I would swap that. I don't know. Keeper was so polarizing and divisive. I think a lot of people were like, I don't know what to do with this film. I mean, it is extremely bizarre. Um, Without spoiling anything, it's hard to talk about the plot because the plot is very tied to spoilers. All I'm going to say is be prepared for an extremely surrealist, what's around the corner, I don't know, just roll with it, kind of hypnotic journey. Um, Being secluded in this cabin in the woods, I do think that there was some elements of brilliance to this story. I'm actually almost kind of interested to rewatch it. I'm not sure if I ever will, but I have a friend who might be into it, and I'm not sure if I'll think highly of it again a second time. But I don't know. It I kind of see where he was going, and I do. Again, I like Osgood Perkins' mind. I like where he's going in horror, and the folk horror stuff, and the art direction, the creative direction for, I mean, it's compelling to me. It's nightmarish and compelling in a way I don't see a lot of other directors going. Klaus is an Academy Award nominated animated holiday film from 2019 that has gotten so much buzz over the years, and every holiday I tell myself I'm going to watch it. And so this Christmas, I believe it was Christmas Eve, we finally sat down and I actually watched it with my family. Now, I will say I was kind of tired. Christmas Eve's a busy day. I did fall asleep briefly through a portion of it in the middle. But I went back and I rewatched the parts I missed because I felt like I missed some real heart when, the Santa Claus figure is talking about his deceased wife and all these things that are very important to the relationship between Klaus and this postman. It is like a Santa Claus origin story, but it's not trying so hard to beat you over the head with like, this is the only way it happened. It's just another kind of folky tale about Santa. Even though I don't believe is ever called Santa in the movie, if I'm not mistaken. A great soundtrack. It's got brilliant animation. I recommend it. I mean, a lot of people love this and consider it one of the greatest animated films of the last decade, even possibly longer. So, I mean, it's a Christmas staple I'm glad I finally watched. But I wasn't like, perhaps, I think my problem with some of these Christmas movies is they're a little predictable. The plot points and beats, for children are obviously supposed to be there. And for me, this story got a little too predictable for me down the road. I thought it maybe was actually going to be a slightly more mature film than it was, but it was very children focused, which makes sense. I just heard so many adults raving about it. I was like, gosh, this must be like a much more kind of prestige, kind of like anime kind of thing. And it wasn't quite that. But it was very beautifully done. Wake Up Dead Man or Knives Out 3. Some people will probably be shocked that this is so low, that I have this at 3.5. I think we're almost done with the 3.5 stars, by the way. Pop, so fear not. But I just wasn't 100% sold on this film. I think the problem for me with this particular iteration is that the world building felt off. I've heard a lot of people say that this was the one with the worst utilized ensemble cast, and I do agree. I feel like most of the people who were thrown in there did not get as much to do as previous installments. Even though it was a great stacked cast, Josh O'Connor, Josh Brolin are kind of stealing the show, along with Glenn Close. And of course, Daniel Craig. He is always iconic in this role. Now, the mystery was kind of compelling, but there was a lot about it that didn't make sense. And I felt like these people just didn't feel real. And that's a real problem when you're dealing with actual, the setting for Glass Onion, which a lot of people think is worse than this film, I think works better for me because you're dealing with like super rich one percenters who are like influencers and, actors and housewives from that world who are, visiting this, Elon Muskian figure. And everything is just bizarre because they're living in a bizarre kind of world. That's the world of the ultra rich. And they are weird caricatures. They will have these weird quirks and idiosyncrasies that the average person, because they're just too busy trying to like live their normal life, isn't necessarily going to have. But they tried to do that with this random New England town. Everyone was this weird, dialed up to 11 caricature that just did not feel real at all. Nothing about this town felt real or organic. Josh O'Connor's character felt real and organic, but he was the only one. And it's okay to maybe have one like kind of out there character, but to have all of them be, it wasn't believable. And I know it's not meant to be that believable, but I just wanted more from the setting. I just was kind of like a little bit like, okay, I'm going along with this, but I'm not like as compelled by this overall ambiance that we're living in. Um, I guess I've watched a little too many, sort of whodunits set in that kind of setting that are made by British, kind of like old stuffy directors that I'm like used to viewing it that way. And this is not that. This is a much more irreverent take on that and a little bit more absurd. But I don't know, I didn't find the comedy to be as strong. I wasn't like laughing as much in this one. Um, and of course, in the first film, the Knives Out family, it's one family. You can buy that this really rich one family is all really weird. But these are all disparate people. And I just didn't buy why they were going to that church as long as they did. I didn't entirely buy Josh Brolin's character being quite as extreme as he was. Anyway, so it wasn't bad. I wanted more from it. And I was a little surprised to see such praise coming down to it because it actually might be my least favorite out of the three Knives Out films. It's at least tied with Glass Onion. I'm not sure. Knives Out is, of course, the best. The Menu is a 2022 horror film I finally checked out this year. I'm going to keep it short and sweet. A culinary horror film about the 1% going to a food tasting event. Sign me up. I mean, this movie was gory, but it wasn't too bad. I was worried it was going to be too much for me. I definitely recommend this if that's in your ballpark. If you haven't seen it, I mean, this was an enjoy. This was a fun ride. Conclave, another film I was actually a little let down by. I actually had watched this movie by the time I talked about the Oscars in 2025, so you might have heard me talk about it already, but it's a perfectly great movie. I don't know what I wanted from it more. Maybe this kind of movie was just never going to be more than this. I mean, this is like the very top of my 3.5 star category, all right? We're getting into the really good films I saw this year. I mean, it's an actor's movie, but sometimes I felt like maybe that was all the movie really was just a vehicle for acting. Because again, some of it didn't feel very believable. And I maybe wanted it to feel a little bit more believable. The fact that, there was going to see this sudden terrorist attack on the Vatican out of the blue, it just didn't feel probable to me. I don't know. I was just taken out of that scene. And the twist, I mean, I'm not going to necessarily criticize it for the twist, but I was also it felt like shock and awe for the sake of shock and awe. And I was a little left feeling a little bit like maybe without spoiling too much, maybe the manner in which they decided to shock people was a little exploitative. I don't know. I think that's a little unfair, but it was just, I don't know why I walked away from this film. Maybe it was just the night I'd had. I just wasn't as invested as I thought it was going to be. Lockerbie: A Search for Truth is a limited series we watched this year with my family about the Lockerbie plane crash in 1988 or 89, I believe, in the UK. I had never heard about this. This is basically the UK's version of 9/11, a terrorist plot to blow up a plane, which was successful. And then Colin Firth plays the dad of the victim on the plane who is trying to find restorative justice. And it takes them to the Middle East, and it's a very geopolitical story, but very riveting. I mean, it's British television done well about a story that I just, again, had never heard anything of. I eat these kinds of shows up, as you can tell, and it's something my parents like to watch. The original Halloween, it's all the way up here. I mean, what can I say? It is kind of dated, and that's probably why I don't have it as high. For someone who's used to watching it, there's probably a lot more nostalgia. They're going to be like, well, for me, sometimes older films, especially this kind of genre slasher, which isn't my cup of tea, I have to be like, well, I've seen slightly more compelling modern versions of this, and so this looks a little dated to me. But at the end of the day, I have to just go back in that contextual space of in 1978 when this came out, and Jamie Lee Curtis was fighting for her life against Michael Myers. I mean, it was riveting television. And this is the blueprint of all blueprints for a lot of slashers, and so you've got to pay respect there. West Side Story. This is my last 3.5 star movie. Okay, West Side Story, the 2021 version by Steven Spielberg. I largely watched this because I wanted to prepare for watching Snow White because Rachel Zegler was in this and we were about to see Snow White. So I wanted to get a little bit more idea of her singing voice. And oh my God, is Rachel Zegler so wonderful in this? The music of West Side Story is so beautiful. I fell in love with West Side Story all over again watching this. I had never really fully listened to the whole soundtrack of the original Broadway show or film. And this made me just have to go back and revisit it. Ansel Elgort is the biggest thing weighing this down. It probably would be a 4 or 4.5 star film if he wasn't in it. It's extremely unfortunate what happened, and I feel so bad for Rachel. The pandemic also didn't help that it like bombed at the box office, but it still got the Academy Award nominations. Ariana DeBose won supporting actress for it. I mean, at the end of the day, West Side Story is one of the greatest romance musicals out there. And I mean, this is such a love letter to old Hollywood, to the musical, to musical theater in general. And know who better to do it than Steven Spielberg. I mean, the cinematography and choreography was just next level. Mike Faist was phenomenal in it. And I was all swept up in it. Although I do believe they changed the order of events, which is kind of controversial to some people, in terms of where they place certain things. I did feel like the placement of I Feel Pretty was a little strange. Even though I'd never seen or remembered seeing the original, I was like, this doesn't feel like a good space to put this. But, you know, all that being said, still a masterful version of that telling of the story. Now we move into the 4 stars with Mickey 17, Bong Joon-ho's science fiction comedy horror thriller about a man cloning himself in space. He'll do anything. Robert Pattinson is what makes this movie. I think if it had been another actor that wasn't quite as quirky as Robert Pattinson and as an actor's actor as Robert Pattinson is, this film wouldn't have had quite the same effect. I do feel it lost me a little bit at the end with some of the sci-fi stuff. But I mean, at the end of the day, I knew it was going to be out there. I knew it was going to be, it was going to, you know, it's head scratching, but in a good way for the most part. Obviously, Mark Ruffalo is playing, you know, a Trump-ian character, perhaps a little too on the nose. But I mean, you know, it's a bold swing for a major studio to put out a film like this. And I hope, because it didn't do that great at the box office, that, you know, we don't stop seeing more of this. I mean, this was basically Bong Joon-ho's reward for Parasite being the success that it was. Because this is based on a book. And so anyway, I recommend it. You know, I mean, there's some really fun scenes with Robert, and Naomi Ackie is great as well. The Wedding Banquet is a rom-com that stars Bowen Yang, and the other actors are all Asian. And so it's a really great Asian comedy, but also a queer story about basically, you know, a lesbian couple and a gay couple, and one of each of those couples has to pretend that they're in a straight relationship so that their grandmother, when they come and visit, or their mother, I can't exactly remember, from Korea, comes to visit, they are not ostracized from the family and cut off from like the company that they're a part of and stuff. It's very K-drama, you know, with rich Korean parents who are coming over and being like, what is my son-in-law going to be like? And my daughter-in-law, you know, it was riveting for that. I mean, it was very, you know, it had a very, Lily Gladstone is in this, that she was phenomenal. It was very millennial coded. You could tell this was a movie made for 80s babies. And I think it was just a real love letter to the Asian queer community. I really enjoyed it, and I think a lot of people did. A Nice Indian Boy is sort of another sort of queer, you know, Southeast Asian story, but this time involving a white man falling in love with an Indian man. Jonathan Groff plays a white man who meets at a Hindu temple the protagonist, this Indian character who is, you know, lives with his very traditionally conservative Indian family, who is in the closet and has to, you know, at the beginning pretend that this is just his friend. And then eventually when he comes out, there's all this drama, but then the parents ultimately become supportive and they have to plan this really fun wedding. And my favorite line is, my only gay son is getting married. Like, it's a very endearing and heartwarming story about intergenerational, interracial relationships in the queer community. I love seeing movies like this. I mean, this is just what I love to see in queer cinema. Fantastic Four First Steps. I might be as shocked as you are that I have it this high. I don't know what I was thinking. Here's the thing. A lot of people think Superman is a better film than Fantastic Four. I think that at the end of the day, it depends if you're more of a comic book fan or if you're coming at these films wanting more of a moving and sort of actually perhaps less comic book feeling story. What I loved about Fantastic Four was that it honestly felt more just like a space race movie than it did entirely a Marvel comic book movie. I loved the setting of retro, 1960s feel. It felt very refreshing for a Marvel movie to be like that. Um, and I thought Galactus was extremely, terrifying and brilliant on screen, how they brought him to life. I thought that there was a lot about this that worked. It just needed actually a little bit more time to, let us get to know the characters. I felt like this movie would have actually benefited from being longer, which is usually not a Marvel problem or a blockbuster problem in general. But I've heard a lot of comic book fans say this film, it's not a great immediate step to go right to Franklin as the baby because we need to get to know we need to get to know all of the characters before, the baby is involved. And I guess Marvel feels like they have to speed things up because they want to get to certain plot points for the Avengers films. I don't know. I found this enjoyable. I don't know if I'm ever going to rewatch it though. It's kind of interesting. My mom wanted to watch Superman, not Fantastic Four, even though I actually think Fantastic Four is the kind of superhero movie my mom might be slightly more amenable towards. But the only reason she wanted to watch Superman is because it was filmed in Cleveland, and my mom's from Cleveland, and she just wanted to see, the arcade and like all those things, those classic street settings. So, I mean, if Fantastic Four had been filmed in Cleveland, she would have watched that. She actually enjoyed Superman. I didn't think she was. I was like, Mom, be ready. This is not the kind of movie I think you'd enjoy. But she enjoyed it. But I think my dad would have liked Fantastic Four. I mean, it's a great sci-fi movie. Halloween ultimately beat out the 1978 one only because it's a newer iteration, and a lot of people like the 2018 version. I think 4 stars is a very common review for it. All these years later, Jamie Lee Curtis, is as if the second Halloween and all those subsequent ones in between never happened. Jamie Lee Curtis is, like a recluse and still traumatized from, 40 years ago. It is a little crazy that, 40 years, it's like, damn, girl, like it's been a long time. But the movie just kind of picks up right where it leaves off, but it does a great job at establishing Halloween in what 2018 Halloween would look like. So, I mean, this is again like one of those cases where I think a remake was justified. Dee Dee is an indie film about a Chinese man who basically wanted to make a film about growing up Chinese in California. And what's so interesting is he's a little younger than me. The director who has the boy play himself. This is a basically autobiographical film. And the way that he interacts with Facebook in like 2008, because I believe this movie is meant to be set largely in 2008. And of course, he's supposed to be about 13, 12. I was 15 at the time, but that was also when I started going on Facebook. This was a real memory capsule to see the interactions with the interface of Facebook at that time. I thought that was really fun. This is a great, again, coming of age, Asian story for Chinese, immigrant story about, navigating, being in an all white space, and the mother son relationship in Chinese families. It can be very fraught. And I wouldn't know because that's not my story, but I'm sure this spoke to so many, Asian and Chinese, mothers and sons and families. And I just felt like this was just one of those movies that I'm so happy got made. It was a beautiful tribute to his life. I love when directors are able to sort of tell their story the way they want it to be told. Noroi the Curse. So this is a found footage film from Japan from 2005. This one has a bit of a cult following online, and it popped onto my radar this year when my boyfriend and I wanted to watch a creepy, scary movie from Japan. Wow, this one I do think was a little overhyped from what I'd heard. It didn't quite have as much imagery that I expected it to. I heard some people say things that were, again, very hyperbolic about this one. But I will say, I mean, it was long and I was kind of tired. It was late at night. So it took a little bit, I was getting a little out there. It reminded me of Incantation, the, Taiwanese film from 2022, which is a phenomenal horror film on Netflix. I hope we get that sequel. But I will say that this was a very gritty, folky like take on like sort of The Grudge, but a little bit of a different version. It's got a found footage, obviously, setting, and I loved seeing a found footage Japanese. I've seen like one found footage Korean film, but I'd never seen a found footage Japanese horror film before. So, seeing how they did it, it was pretty good, pretty affecting, but it was a little long. There was a lot that could have been cut out, and there was a lot that felt like setup that didn't go anywhere. And there were a few moments where, yeah, we got a little sleepy. Ready or not, I would say that normally I am not a slasher girly. I was not. I saw The Strangers once and I hated it. But my boyfriend loves this movie and, is so excited for the sequel coming out this year. And so I saw it and I was like, you know what? This was fun. I had a real good time with this. I mean, this is the ultimate, cat and mouse slasher film, I think, of the modern day. And it's very absurd, very unbelievable in the premise, but that's what a lot of these horror films are meant to be, and you're supposed to suspend your disbelief. It's about a bride who marries into a family who decides they want to kill her, and that's the name of the game. And if they don't kill her by sunrise, they all die because they're cursed. I mean, it's a very like direct and kind of like in your face kind of premise that just you're like, I'd like to explore a little bit more about why this is. The film doesn't really do that, but I'm hoping the sequel will. It looks like it will. Because I don't want to spoil too much, but if you've heard that there's a sequel, you kind of assume like the final girl might survive, right? Oddity. So Osgood Perkins is obviously a very exciting director, but another one that I'm very excited about is Damien McCarthy. He's an Irish indie filmmaker who only has a couple horror films out right now. This is the only one I've seen as of this taping, but I really loved, like, again, I just mentioned when you put a effigy or a doll or something and center the paranormal activity around that. And on top of that, it's not just some like Annabelle, like by the numbers kind of thing. You have got some of the most intriguing artistic creative direction to create this object that I've ever seen. I'm in. I mean, I was just transfixed by the puppet that is the central kind of glue to this horror story. I was very unsure how it was going to go and where it was going to go, and that's what was so exciting about it. I really recommend this. It's an Irish film. I mean, it's set in the countryside. He really seems to be wanting to. I'm so excited for Hokum. It's one of my most anticipated 2026 horror films, and that's going to have a bigger budget and a bigger, wide release in the United States. So I'm really excited for where he's going in the folk horror space. Warfare is the type of movie that I probably wouldn't have checked out if I had not been produced by A24. The fact that A24 and somewhat Alex Garland, but also the director, the co-director, who is actually the army, military personnel who was involved in this real story about a 2006. I can't remember if it's Iraq or Afghanistan event that took place. That the movie is like very much in real time, just recounting what happened, probably as realistically as they possibly could, because they had the input from the director who was actually there and survived, and also other people he was with who survived. It's a who's who of who's hot in up and coming in, British male actors. I mean, you've got Kit Connor, you've got Joseph Quinn, you've got Will Poulter. It's got everybody. And a lot of eye candy, but this is one of those movies where you'll be completely distracted. You won't get any of that because, well, first of all, they're all in uniform. You can barely tell who's who. But also, you're just so transfixed with terror at what is about to happen. At every moment, it's just your heart can't stop racing. There's a lot of pretense and buildup that is just nightmarish. But again, it's one of those movies where it's just watching people do their humdrum everyday jobs that I find kind of fascinating, especially when you know shit's about to get real. It's the build up to that that gets me so hyped and excited. Now, I will say, though, I do feel like, even though this does not feel like a war propaganda film, a US propaganda film, I don't 100% love how the Iraqi civilians who are sheltering in a part of the complex, the house that is being taken over by these US Navy SEALs. I don't love how their experience is so secondary and cursory to what's going on, very much centered around, the American soldiers that are, involved here. Once again, we're not really getting their perspective. And again, I don't know if a Western, American British filmmaker is ever going to be able to deliver that for us, but I would like to see more of that. So that's something in a critique I've seen aptly labeled here. The Roses. This was a really fun, irreverent comedy. Olivia Colman and Benedict Cumberbatch were so well cast for these roles. Two British, expats who are just going at it tooth and nail. It gets extremely unhinged, but apparently that's how it's supposed to. I never saw the original, The War of the Roses, but I've heard it's good. So, I mean, again, I've heard some people call this, pathetic cash grab. I thought the script, Tony McNamara wrote the script. I thought it was very biting, very sardonic. I mean, it did what it needed to do to be just a crazy bonkers film. Yes, it's very unbelievable, but that's what we're here for. One of them days, Keke Palmer delivered a really fun, raunchy comedy with SZA at the beginning of last year. I did see this in theaters. This was a movie I saw before I had A-List in theaters. I only saw a handful before A-List. And I had just such a good time. The people next to me were having a great time. I know Black audiences were just eating this up. And I was just in love. I love Keke Palmer. I want her to do a million comedies. This was a real breakout moment for her. I mean, not that she hasn't broken out before, but it was a great reaffirmation of her career at this stage where she's like, hello, y'all. I'm not just Aquila from Aquila and the Bee. Like, I can still go toe to toe at the box office and deliver and do this is a great resurgence for her. And it was a great way to, for SZA to get into acting as well, as someone I usually didn't think of as being a comedic actress, as someone I just think of as a great R&B singer. Death by Lightning, a limited series on Netflix about the assassination of James Garfield, an assassination attempt that we don't know as much about as far as like pop culture. We're not, harping on it the same way we harp on Lincoln or, other presidents. It was a very crazy event, and Michael Shannon and Matthew Macfadyen do a great job portraying, the assassin and the assassinee. I thought it was just a very, it was 4 episodes. I've heard some people say it wasn't that good. My family enjoyed it. Once again, these limited series, you can tell it's always something my parents have recommended me. And I'm like, oh, I'll watch that. It's like, seems to be a pattern with the limited series, except for the Ed Gein show. I told them they would not enjoy that. They would not have liked the Ed Gein show. I didn't like it either. But yeah, no, I mean, I thought it was a really, really well done retelling of that story with some great dialogue, a period of American history that we don't often see as much about, post Civil War, but before, World War One, that time in American history, we don't focus on a lot in biopics and such. Brighter Days Ahead is a music video series, like mini film that Ariana Grande put out for the 1-year anniversary of Eternal Sunshine. It has Twilight Zone, which is one of my favorite songs of 2025, on it as a music video, and Supernatural. I mean, the premise is just harped upon so brilliantly of being older and viewing a memory for the last time before you erase it. And Ari is just on all cylinders, like creating a great concept record here for us visually and sonically that I'm just still so astounded by 2 years later. I'm in love with Eternal Sunshine. What a great record. Speaking of musicians, I Am Celine Dion was a very heartbreaking documentary to watch this year. That Celine, the fact that she made it and was just so vulnerable with what she showed us. This is all about her triumphant return to singing after being diagnosed with something called stiff person syndrome, which, I mean, again, I'd never heard of before, but many of us hadn't. But it is a very debilitating muscle nervous system disease that we actually see in all of its warts and ugliness on display in real time in a very uncomfortable way portrayed in this documentary. There is a scene where Celine has a event, a medical event that is extremely distressing, and viewer discretion is definitely advised. Because as someone, I mean, it was heartbreaking to watch. I'm shocked that Celine okayed putting that footage in this documentary for millions and millions of people to see. I mean, it is just heartbreaking what she is going through. But apparently, things are going in a better direction. She may not, there is no cure, but she may be able to better manage this going forward and learn what to do and what not to do to like prevent, these spasms. Because her body, it freezes up, and it's not just that she can't move. She's in excruciating pain. It's like, when you ever get those Charlie horses in your feet, it's like all over your entire body. And so again, if you've seen the documentary, you know what I'm talking about. That scene, I just was absolutely, I was so anxiety riddled after watching it. I was like, I don't know if I should have seen that. But anyway, loved seeing a behind the scenes look at Celine's life and her son, and just the perseverance. I mean, she is one of those celebrities that just deserves every ounce of fame she has, and you just want everything to work for her. And why must this horrible thing befall her? It's heartbreaking. Downton Abbey, the grand finale, for good. We'll see. Downton Abbey 3 is the third full-length feature film that is, of course, following in the footsteps of the iconic British television series that went on for 6 seasons. Or at least 5 or 6 seasons. I've been a huge fan of Downton Abbey for so long. I've seen all of the movies in theaters. This one I saw actually in an older theater that plays a lot of like more kind of movies geared to older people with my parents. They don't really go to the movie theater anymore, but this was the one movie that they saw in theaters. Yes, unfortunately, I couldn't get them to see Wicked for good. And we almost went to see Hamnet, but I bought tickets for the wrong theater. I'll talk about that in a minute. But anyway, they did see Downton Abbey 3. This was, look, if you're a fan of Downton Abbey, you were going to be there. You're going to see it. You're going to enjoy it. I think this was better than the second one. I do think that the sort of B plot, like the actual plot was very thin. But what we wanted to see was just all these characters like one last time interacting together. And it is extremely emotional, as I expected it to be. And of course, the absence of Maggie Smith was very heavily felt. But they did a wonderful job, carrying on. And I do think this might be the end of Downton, although I would really love to see a prequel in the Violet Crawley years. I would really love to see a young Violet Crawley story. So Julian Fellows, I know you're doing Gilded Age right now, but, let's try and do that, please. Because I don't know if we need to take on the Downton story any further. I thought we were done with the second film, but I think we're definitely done now. The Long Walk. So similar to The Running Man, we had two kind of dystopian, teenage, in The Running Man, it didn't have to be men. In this story, it had to be men, which I thought was a little strange. I know that the Stephen King version was written, in the backdrop of the Vietnam War in the draft, so it made a lot more sense then. But if I was adapting it today, perhaps I wouldn't have just made it be just men, because I don't know. It just didn't feel congruent with modern day. In fact, the setting of this film was a little all over the place. I wasn't entirely sure if we were supposed to be in the modern day or not. Because in some ways, this movie could have been set in the 70s or 60s. I don't know. Talk about excrement. You certainly, the front room had a run for its money, but I guess maybe because I was warned about it ahead of time, I knew to look away, so I didn't actually see much. With the front room, I wasn't entirely warned, and I was like, oh God. But yes, definitely some, I mean, let's just put it this way. You're forced to walk at a specific pace until the last person's standing. And that means you can't go to the bathroom standing still. Or you have like a minute to do so, or like 30 seconds. It's a very harrowing story, but it's an actor-driven story. I think the lead male actors do a very good job at carrying the heart, and I don't necessarily love the ending, but I mean, I won't spoil it, but yeah, it was a worth seeing in a theater for sure. I did miss a bit of the beginning because I was a little late to my theater, but I think I only missed about 7 minutes, just of some preamble. Um, I would have personally, I would have made it so that there was a finish line, but it was extremely hard to reach. That way, there's the chance that more than one person could survive. Because it is so bleak how there can only be one person. How on earth are you going to form alliances with anybody if you know at the end of the day that you're going to have to, like, it's me or them? Like, it's just so brutal. I would have made it that whoever makes it to the finish line wins, but instead it's whoever's the last one standing. It's brutal. Barbarian. So Zach Kreger blew up with weapons this year, but Barbarian I had never seen. My boyfriend was like, "We got to make sure that happens." This was his. Well, it's not his first film, but one of his first bigger produced films. And boy, did this have twists and turns. Again, I don't want to spoil too much, but what lives in the basement of an Airbnb? You're not prepared. But I mean, this was gripping. Bill Skarsgård's in this. Yeah, I recommend this for sure. Hard Truths. I'm so glad I finally got to see this. This came out last year in the UK. Marianne Jean-Baptiste was phenomenal in this, and I do wish she'd gotten the actress nomination last year. This is a movie about depression, and make no mistake, it is heavy. And it's very much a character study piece. The protagonist is not exactly someone that you're ultimately rooting for because they are a very unlikable person. That's sort of the whole point. But you see yourself in their messiness. And I think it was an extremely eye opening and important film for me to see because I often wonder and worry about being depressed as a young person, not being able to healthily cope with it, to becoming a very bitter and resentful older person, who shuts everyone away and is just very cranky and loud and disruptive and irritable. And I think that this was a cautionary tale kind of movie, and I've heard some people say that this is especially touching to people of Caribbean descent, because apparently, like, depression and matrilineal lines in the Caribbean, it's a real thing. I don't know. It was somebody I saw made an interesting post about it, and obviously, I just was intrigued by that because I was like, this movie is probably going to speak to a lot of people. Now, I gotta say, there are some very funny lines. When she's at the dentist, I mean, I felt like I was watching a Mr. Bean sketch, but like a very, very sad, real version of that. I mean, this woman, whew, Lord help us. But I mean, good, what a phenomenal performance. But I can see why some people might have walked away from this movie a bit cold. We need to talk about Kevin. What a nightmare fuel film. I remember my mom saying she read the book when I was growing up, and she was just like, I can't believe what I'm reading because it's based on a true story. Tilda Swinton does something only Tilda Swinton can do, which is play a mom going absolutely, at her wit's end, dealing with a child who is turning into a monster before her eyes. This came out in 2011. It's a Lynn Ramsey film, and I saw this partly because I heard of the buzz of Die My Love, which unfortunately I saw recently, but not in 2025, so I can't talk about it in this video. Next year! But I was interested to sort of get to know Lynn Ramsey's game. I do think this is a far better film than Die My Love. This is a story that, will haunt all parents. I mean, I think a lot of parents, all parents should probably see it. All sons should see this movie. Yeah, I mean, goodness gracious. And it's kind of ironic because Ezra Miller, with the allegations that came out, I know that it's a bit of a leap from the character he plays here, but like it's like, whew, back in 2011, that casting director really knew what they were doing, didn't they? Yeah, so this is a must watch. I'm really glad I gave it a watch. Kiss of the Spider Woman. I had never heard of this Broadway musical until the Sundance premiere of this film last year. And, I think J-Lo did a lot to bring eyes to this, but this isn't actually about Jennifer Lopez's character. I mean, it is and it isn't. Molina, who is the queer lead of the story, is played so wonderfully by the lead male actor, and Oscar Isaac, who plays alongside him. Forgive me, I'm like losing the name of the actor. Tonatua does such a phenomenal job with this. I would have loved to see him get a supporting or actor nomination. I really enjoyed this. I mean, yes, it's a little Oscar baity, and it's the type of movie that my parents, I'm going to show it to them for sure. It's a little bit more what old school Oscars would have eaten up. I think today the Oscars are going in a bit of a different direction, like embracing movies like Anora and The Substance, which is great, but also let's not forget about these kinds of movies. I also don't think that Jennifer Lopez is horrible here. Okay, this is not Gal Gadot in Snow White. She does a decent enough job. I mean, again, I think J-Lo gets a little too much hate, honestly. She's not the greatest singer, but she can dance and she knows how to employ the right songwriters to make bops. I don't know what to tell you. Like she can put on a show, and I think that, this was a good fit for her. So I mean, it flopped, and I see it getting goose egged. I don't even think it's going to get costumes at the Oscars, unfortunately. But I mean, I'm kind of sad that it's just being considered, to be. I mean, it's a truly heartbreaking story. Um, and if I'm not mistaken, I do believe that part of it is, well, it's very much set in a real setting, in Argentina during, the period in the 80s of intense, civil war and strife with with the military junta dictatorship of Argentina at the time. And it has such a tragic ending. I don't want to spoil it, but you gotta watch this thing. You gotta watch this thing. So much better than Amelia Perez. Oh my God. Which is kind of sad. This is gonna get nothing at the Oscars. I don't know. Kind of messed up. I do feel like if it had been another actress and not Jennifer Lopez, this would have done bigger. I think people just want to stay away from her. Even the Academy, potentially. I thought the Academy would be immune to that, but definitely Twitter. Roofman, this was an unexpected delight. I mean, talk about a story that's so absurd it had to be real. This is a 2004, a retelling of a story in 2004 of an escaped convict who lived in a Toys R Us for like 8 months. Channing Tatum is the perfect fit for this because, you believe the way he imbues the character, you actually believe he's this crazy and zany but also charismatic and someone you trust because he's, good looking, but like you can't quite place him. I mean, it was a very intriguing and thrilling watch. I also arrived to the theater very late for this one, though. This one I did miss like the first 15 minutes of this movie. The one problem with A-list is, and you see a lot of movies, you do start to go because there's a lot of previews. I'm like, I need to do a little bit better job getting these movies on time. I also, I was really upset because I couldn't get popcorn and I was really hungry because it had closed for some reason and I had nothing I could eat. And I was like, I might leave this movie, but it was riveting enough that it staved off the hunger. I could enjoy this movie without eating anything. Miley Cyrus, Something Beautiful. I talked about this in my album tier ranking video for 2025. I reviewed this album on my channel. The accompanying film of music videos that was put out is just so chic, so editorial, so glam. Miley is serving CUNT like nobody's business. I don't think all of those songs needed a music video, but I'm here for it anyway. I just love how Miley just has all this money and she can just put out art like this. I mean, this was a treat to watch, and I really wish I'd gone to watch it in a theater. It really made me think a lot about that when I watched that really silly Life of a Showgirl release day thing in theaters. I'm like, why couldn't I watch something beautiful in theaters? And it only played in like a few in New York. I mean, it's pretty sad. Sing Sing. I finally saw that this year. Criminal that it did not get an Oscar Best Picture nomination last year. Oh, Amelia Perez. Oh my God, what a stain that was last year. Anywho, this movie was extremely affecting. I knew it would be. I was worried, I'm going to be honest with you, because I am not the hugest, which is why it's surprising I liked Hamnet so much, but I'm not the hugest fan of movies about actors in plays. I'm not like a big fan of watching a bunch of acting students recite Macbeth to each other. I'm like, I don't really want to do that. There were a few moments where I was disassociating a little bit. I was like, when they're actually pretending to act, I was kind of not interested. But everything else about the interactions that Coleman Domingo's character has with Clarence Macklin's character, who, by the way, was never an actor before. He is an actual former incarcerated person who, his story is largely what this movie is based on. But he's obviously a talented, incredibly talented actor who deserved a supporting actor nom last year, didn't get it. But what an incredible moving story. I mean, it sort of does have a happy ending, which, is good. A lot of these things you don't expect them to. But, a very important meditation on the carceral system in the United States, on Black America, and on men, too, in general. And a very transcendent film in taking that subject matter and just wringing every bit of emotion and gravitas it can out of it. A must see for sure. But I must admit, it wasn't like, I mean, again, I do think that, perhaps maybe while I wasn't so drawn to the subject matter initially, is it's a movie about a play group. And at the end of the day, I sympathize with their story, but I am not as interested in watching a bunch of people play, rehearse for a play. That's just not the kind of cinema I'm like as interested in. I saw The TV Glow. What a movie. I don't even know where to start with this one. This movie is haunting and will linger with you and will keep you up at night in ways you wouldn't expect it to, because you think it's a horror, but the horror it really uncovers is far deeper and far more psychologically embedded for particularly queer people than you might be prepared for. And this whole thing feels like allegory, but I mean, it's abstract art for sure. It won't work for everyone, but my God, was I floored by this film. The use of color, the art direction, the pink opaque. I mean, what an interesting name. Everything about it did remind me a little bit of like your quirkiest hipster art friend in art school who, is putting on an exhibition. But I mean, there's a brilliance to what can be done when you just let queer indie artists just make art that's dark and murky and abstract and obtuse. I think that this is a testament to, filmmaking for the future. This is a real testament to queer filmmaking and horror and a lot of things. I mean, this is an incredible film. How to Train Your Dragon. Look, the original is iconic. This is a shot-for-shot remake. I really hope that the sequel, they go in a little bit of a different direction. I've heard Cate Blanchett is coming back. It will introduce his mother. There can be some things that are similar, but let's change things up. Because I didn't mind doing the, shot-for-shot for this, but for the sequels, we might want to change things up a little bit. But, I mean, absolutely beautiful CGI. Toothless looked incredible. The forests, the scenery, the music, John Powell's score. I always sleep on that score and then remember just how incredible it is. One of the best animated film scores of the 21st century. And the remake is no exception. I mean, again, this is if you're gonna do live action remakes, this is how it should be done. But at the same time, it does make me think like, okay, well, wouldn't I just probably prefer to watch the original? Because this doesn't add a lot to it. It adds a little bit of filler, but not a lot that's substantive. But the movie's already perfect. I mean, Lilo and Stitch tried to change some things, and that didn't go over well. So, yeah, we'll see. I still thought it was worth my time in the theater, and I was still. I mean, I had to just give props to. It felt like a cover, like of a really good song. It's like, well, I still love the original, so it bumps up the score. Wallace and Gromit: Vengeance Most Foul. I am so pissed that I couldn't put this on my 2024 list. Netflix did the international Wallace and Gromit fans so dirty last Christmas by gatekeeping this movie until January freaking 3rd, not even January 1st when my brother was still home and we could have watched this as a family. No, they waited until January 3rd when my brother had left, so he never got to see it, and I would have been a great family home winter vacation movie. I watched it with my parents, but it was very disappointing that that was the case. This was like the second movie I watched in 2025. I will say that this was perhaps a little slighter of a Wallace and Gromit story than I would have liked. It was too short, a little forgettable, but it's Wallace and Gromit. You can't. It's not going to be lower than 3.5 stars, and if anything, I still think 4 stars is pretty merited. Um, yeah, what can I say? I actually should probably rewatch it. And it was really fun to see the return of the penguin villain. Begonia. This is a divisive one. To keep it short and sweet, Jesse Plemons is phenomenal. Emma Stone is phenomenal. The premise is extremely interesting. The ending, have some thoughts. Have some thoughts. I don't want to spoil this, but I still give it a good score. But I will say this film does, I'm noticing a pattern with Eddington, with another movie I just recently watched, which again, I won't be able to talk about in this video because it's a 2026 movie, with After the Hunt, and with this film where directors really don't want to take a side. They really don't want to take a side. And it feels like that's like them being holier than thou and like doing the right thing. Civil War is probably another good example. And I'm getting kind of tired of it. I'm getting kind of tired of films that don't actually have teeth politically, sociopolitically at the end of the day. This film comes the closest to doing so. But I'm kind of spoiling things here a little bit. But all I'm going to say is at the end, it sort of gives you the middle finger. And that's what Eddington kind of does. And I'm just like, I don't know, I'm getting kind of sick of this. You directors are very privileged and smelling your own farts, and the rest of us are like really fighting some serious like alt-right craziness in this country and in the world. And if you're gonna make art that, just please, like, don't pull your punches. Don't pull your punches too much. So yeah, I'm a little weary of that ending. I mean, I do think if you for the creative decisions, it was a brilliant idea. And in Yorgos, I mean, it's right up his alley. But I was just, because up till that point, I thought the film was kind of brilliant. But I think I have to deduct like at least half a star, maybe 2 stars, because I just was not a fan of the ending. And anyway, Murdoch: Death in the Family. This was a limited series that my parents did not watch with me, but I wanted them to. This is about Alec Murdoch and the Murdoch murders. A story I only tangentially knew a little bit about, but boy, is it a crazy story. I thought it was really well done here. The person who broke the news in a podcast was very involved with the creation of the show for Hulu. I know there's been a lot of documentaries and retellings of the story now. It's only a couple years old, but it's been so big in the zeitgeist. But I think this is definitely a really well acted version. Patricia Arquette does a really great job. Jason Clarke, the actor who plays Paul Murdoch. It was very, very, it was a very eye-opening story to see unfold. The Invisible Man. This is the kind of horror film that, without being supernatural, can still grip me just like that. I'm usually really into the supernatural angle, but this is a great twist. It's almost like a superhero story. And it's kind of like Men, the horror movie. Like, that's really what this is. But talk about a great cat and mouse. I mean, this premise was so good, and it got a lot of great hype and buzz when it came out, so I'm not surprised I liked it. We're almost done with the 4 stars. K-pop Demon Hunters. I finally saw it, and yes, it is worth the hype. I gotta say though, and I said it in my best songs of the year video, Free is the best song on that soundtrack. Yes, this is what it sounds like, and Golden are bops. Soda Pop is a bop, but Free ultimately was the one that made it onto my list. And I would have nominated that song and maybe Golden in my Academy Awards. But I mean, this was great. I do think that this style of animation, it is interesting how embraced it is, whereas people really hate the Pixar animation style. I don't hate the Pixar animation style. It's interesting people hate it so much now. As long as there's like beautiful, like creative design, then that art style's fine. But this sort of, very kind of like stiff, Puss in Boots style is really taking off, particularly with Sony Animation, with Spider Verse. And I'm still having a hard time getting fully invested in it. But as an artist, I appreciate the painterly strokes. This is the Frozen of our time. This film is kind of the big moment, and I love seeing animation do that. I mean, I wish Disney should be the ones making this stuff. Disney, why are you dropping the ball so hard here? It's heartbreaking. One battle after another. Talk about political teeth. Paul Thomas Anderson, I never saw a movie of his until this. And I know that's, sacrilegious to say, but I was never really a film bro like that, okay? His movies, the sort of like the cover description of it never really I was like, what? What's this about? Okay. This movie is going to win Best Picture at the Oscars. I'm predicting at least probably 14 nominations tomorrow morning when I'm filming this. By the time you see this, you already know how many nominations it's going to get. I'm predicting a lot of nominations. Now, there's another beloved movie that I actually put above this, so keep that in mind, from 2025. One Battle After Another is a good movie. I would not have seen it in theaters without A-List, but I'm glad I did. But I do think it has some issues with its politics. Not least, perhaps, in how it portrays Black women. I have seen a lot of, wariness from Black women online expressing Teyana Taylor's character. The Jezebel fetishization to the white male gaze that her character takes on. However, I've heard defenses of it from people of color, saying that, Black women are imperfect too. And they're allowed to be messy and sort of do things that, might not be the most, exemplary, but maybe ultimately serve a purpose that, we can't judge them for, right? This movie is about revolution. This movie is about fighting the system. And I will say, I mean, in this day and age, it's a great time for this movie to come out. I think that, I'm surprised it's not getting more hate from the right-wing channels, because maybe Paul Thomas Anderson's just really good at making, at the end of the day, a crowd pleaser. I mean, everyone loves that car chase scene. I thought it was a little overhyped, but I mean, I was pretty swept up in it. I was just kind of expecting like a mind-bending car chase scene. I was like, well, this has some like one really cool long up and down shot, but I was like, okay, let's not like jizz our pants too much here. But I mean, the performances are great. I do think that Leo, why do we need to give him another acting prize for this? He's fine in it. He maybe deserves a nomination, but I really hope he doesn't win anything. I don't think he is. But Chase Infinity is the real deal here. I think she's kind of the heart and soul of the movie. Teyana Taylor is good, but like I said, there's some ickiness about the way her character, the choices that she makes. She's only in the beginning, but she definitely casts a long shadow over the film. I've seen a lot of people like wish, because I think the original source material does not have like her being Black and the daughter being mixed race, but Paul Thomas Anderson is married to a Black woman and has a mixed race child, so he wanted that dynamic. But I mean, if it had been a Black director doing this, I think it would have made Black audiences feel more easy about this. I think there's a little bit of unease because PTA is a white man, that he has decided to be so fast and loose with playing with racial dynamics in a very socio-political story that is this movie. This movie is so anti-ICE, though, and as that becomes more and more of a sentiment, I think that the political statement of this movie winning Best Picture is deserving. even though I do not think it is the best movie of the year by any means, I think it is a good car chase movie with some funny dialogue and, politics that are pretty good, but still the claws could come out a little more. They could come out a little more. Sean Penn, once again, is playing a Donald Trumpian character, but there still is a little bit of a detachment from the politics of Trump. I get why Paul Thomas Anderson didn't want to do that. First of all, he didn't know if Trump was going to win when he wrote this movie. So for him to make this movie all about, I get that. But there's a part of me that just really wishes that, instead of these Christmas worshiping weirdos that are basically like the Ku Klux Klan, which are a stand-in for the alt-right white nationalists in the Trump government, I wish it was just the Trump government, or the Trump government with a different name. Why do we have to throw in this very absurd Christmas worship kind of thing? I mean, it was oh, you're pulling the punches when you could be on their throats. Just come on, don't be afraid to do it. Don't be a coward. Liberal Hollywood's going to eat this up. Come on. I was disappointed in that. Combined with the fact that I still think that there's some racial stuff he's not commenting on in a way that I think could have been commented on if a person of color had directed this. I just feel like there's some things missing. And at the end of the day, Paul Thomas Anderson might just not be my cup of tea. I respect him. I think it's a great movie. I don't know if I ever want to see it again. And that's why I can't give it a higher grade. And that's why I have Sinners above it, because I would actually like watching Sinners again. This is a movie I don't have any desire to rewatch. I may, but I don't necessarily have a desire to rewatch it. The Worst Person in the World, gearing up for sentimental value, which, I'm hearing so much hype about. I can't wait till I can finally see it. It didn't play in any theaters near me. So even with A-List, I was kind of screwed. That's the trouble. Even with A-List, my local AMC never plays art house films. I have to go at least 30 minutes and sometimes even further. In this case, it's just not worth it. This was, a screenplay movie that I think just automatically everyone fell in love with back in 2021, 2022 when it was released. And I was glad I finally saw. Renate Reinsve just shines on screen. It's a Norwegian film. It's a rom-com that's extremely relatable to our day and age. There's a scene where they're talking about, being young and being terrified of meeting people and talking about what they've done with their lives. And it just hits so close to home for me. And it's about being messy and unsure and wayward and your compass spinning everywhere. And that's the kind of movie that, resonates the most with a lot of people these days. The Boy Who Harnessed the Wind is a biopic about a African boy in a school in Malawi, and this is directed by Chiwetel Ejiofor, who finds a way to save their village from starvation due to a drought by utilizing wind to pump water into their crops. And it was a huge invention for that. And this is recent. This was 2001. This was 21st century inventions, that had been done, in more advanced countries for a long time. But, for African countries that have been struggling for so long with these scientific developments, to have, not even someone from outside, but just a really intelligent boy from the community who wanted to learn more and always loved gadgets and gizmos, he was able to just do it all himself. I mean, he obviously was reading a lot about science and thinkers from outside of Africa, but it's a really great, true story that, you'd see played probably in classrooms everywhere, in science class. I'd see this being played in all science classes. Mr. Bates versus the Post Office, a true story that is excruciating to watch and hear about. So, postmasters in the UK were falsely accused of stealing money from their own stores due to errors in their computing systems that then led them into court. Some of them even went to jail. This went on for 20 years, and only now is some accountability coming through from the post office in the UK. to like admit that like we sort of tried to cover this up and scapegoat like the issues with our system by punishing innocent workers who were just trying to run, local post shops in the UK. Very fascinating limited series chronicling the events. Highly recommend. I think I did see this on PBS. Here it is, Sinners. At the end of the day, I might have initially put One Battle because of recency bias above Sinners in my 2025 ranking, but in the last month or so, I've switched it because I think Sinners, at the end of the day, is a film I just feel a little bit better and safer embracing, and it's one I would be a little more interested in rewatching. I'm not like still like over the moon about Sinners because at the end of the day, it is like a creature feature zombie movie, which a vampire movie, which isn't exactly my cup of tea, but the elevation of this genre that Ryan Coogler so artfully commands, so effortlessly, to make this so prestige that the Oscars have to bow down to it. I mean, this was a movie that, like, on Warner Brothers' schedule, no one thought was going to be like anything. Maybe it would be like a decent blockbuster, but like no one thought it was going to be a critic's darling and get all these acting nominations and screenplay nominations and the soundtrack is so good. I Lied to You is on my best songs of the year list. That sequence is one of the best sequences in film this year, where, it's like a music video and we see the past and future and present of Black music come together. And also just all the commentary, the rich text that this film is on racial dynamic in the United States today, and of course back, in the early 20th century when it's set. I think that, it just, this film I do think is going to have a legacy that's going to like be huge. And I think One Battle will too, but I'm almost feeling like maybe One Battle's legacy won't be quite as long reaching. But I don't know. I think that's just because Black people will celebrate this film and keep it in the conversation for so long. And it's an elevating film for Ryan Coogler. PTA was already on top, but this was just like Ryan Coogler's magnum opus at this point, although he's already been very good. All right, we finally enter. I know some of you might be upset that I did not give these films 4.5 stars. I'm a little harsh with my rankings, but at the end of the day, the 4.5 and aboves are ones that I really, really want to rewatch, that are really my demographic. Like they're speaking to me and my interests. I'm not as interested in vampire stuff, and like gory movies, and like, it's tough. Like I have to weigh like what I'm interested in and what I'm more interested in seeing. And so there are certain factors. But anyway, Frankenstein. I was so excited for this movie, one of the most hyped. It's long. I watched it in 2 parts, I believe, because of that, like the Victor portion and then the monsters portion. I do think that the monsters portion has more emotionality to it. The story, Jacob Elordi is such a convincing Frankenstein here. He comes alive. But I liked the first half. I mean, it's a little bit more like by the numbers, we're going through these beats, but it's got incredible production design. Shout out to Stowe Castle and Gardens, which I went to in 2024. I noticed that Stowe featured in some of the scenes where they're having picnics and stuff in Frankenstein's flashbacks. So I thought that was interesting. I was like, I've been there. They filmed there. I was just there. But yeah, I mean, this film is definitely probably getting a Best Picture nomination. All the techs might win production design and costumes. It's a good movie. I mean, I would have probably done a few things differently, but I will say that Angel with the CGI was a little much. I felt like I was like, Guillermo, let's like, if we're gonna go with this whole angel, weeping angel dream nightmare thing, we're going a little too Marvel here. I want this to feel like a little more elevated and prestigious than a Marvel film. Sometimes the CGI got a little out of control. We could have reined that in a little bit. But Jacob Elordi with that supporting actor surprise, I don't know, he could win. That category's up in the air. That is a good movie. It's a good movie. Flow won Best Animated Film last year. I'm going to keep it short and sweet. Super beautiful and emotional. This is, again, animation coming out of Europe or out of international spaces is just chewing up DreamWorks and Disney and all the other studios. Like, I mean, this movie, I won't say that it was like my favorite animated film I've ever seen, but it was so beautiful and just such a journey that I just was crying. I mean, animals are a touchy point, and when you use animals to convey emotion with very few words, I mean, it was a really beautiful. It was kind of like The Fox and the Hound, but like on a extravagant, like Avatarian kind of scale, like James Cameron did. It was like if James Cameron made The Fox and the Hound. That's what Flow is. Or sort of like if James Cameron made Bambi, but without dialogue, you know? Marty Supreme. You know, I'm starting to wonder if maybe I'm being too kind to this film. I have seen a lot of people very turned off by the chaotic kind of cockiness of this movie. This movie has a personality, and that personality may not, rub people the right way. I gotta be honest with you, if this was a film about anyone other than a table tennis player, I don't know if I would have been as into this. But table tennis is kind of endearing to me. It's not a sport, like, you can act all tough and be like, "Oh, I play table tennis," but table tennis is such a, like, unassuming sport. I mean, it's a very, difficult sport. It takes a lot of skill and very impressive, but I feel like if this had been about a boxer or if this had been about a basketball player, I would have been a lot more like, "Okay, this is just one of those sports movies where, the guy's a dick and he's just the best and blah, blah, blah." But there was something about the table tennis of it all. Those shots back and forth, it was like Challengers. I mean, it was hypnotic, riveting filmmaking for that. And I don't know. I mean, Timmy C kind of did his thing. What I love about this movie is that he acknowledges, he's self-aware that he's an asshole and that he thinks he's better than he is at everything, that it's a front and that he has to do it to try and make anything come to fruition in his life, because otherwise he will be completely destitute and, not go to a good place. And even though, again, it's people making bad decisions, particularly straight men, and you're just like, oh, the women have to suffer for it. I will say that, Odessa Ozion's character makes some stupid decisions too with that dog. So, I mean, I'm like, anyway, I mean, it's an interesting film for sure. I do love the needle drops as well. I thought they were so aptly placed. I don't know. I mean, do I really want to see this movie again? I don't know. Maybe it's a little high. Maybe it's a little high, but I that's how I felt coming out of the theater. I did sort of like it more. I definitely liked it more than One Battle After Another. I hate to say it, but I might have liked it a little more than Sinners, but I mean, it's tough. They're so close. This is 154 films, you know, a real pain. This was a really, like, visceral watch. I watched this at the beginning of the year, and talk about a very understated soundtrack. This had like a very classical piano soundtrack, and it just felt like, a light afternoon in Poland going on a trip. It's an unassuming film, but you don't expect it to pack a punch like it does. Damn, did I feel called out for mental health stuff in this film. Kieran Culkin and, more importantly, I feel like Jesse Eisenberg have such an important dynamic here that really kind of reminded me a lot of me and my brother. And, I must admit, as I continue to have more and more conversations with him as we get older, I do see kind of the dynamic between the two of us. And I just, me being sort of more of Kieran Culkin's, like, I don't have a plan for my life. I don't know what I'm doing. Don't talk to me about it. I'm going to get angry and I'm emotional. I don't know how to control my emotions. Although, on the other hand, I'm extremely shy and reserved. So I would have never had those outbursts in front of those poor, innocent, tourists. So he was a bit of an asshole. But, I mean, I saw myself in both versions of their character. But very, very moving film. And, of course, the Holocaust scenes were, I couldn't breathe during those scenes. They were so brilliantly done. Avatar, Fire and Ash. Well, guess what I liked more than Marty Supreme? I liked this. I'm sorry. I am a spectacle girly. This film was gorgeous. I saw it in IMAX 3D, just like Way of Water. When they're in the forest, I'm just like, this is why we make movies. Like, I want my movies to transport me to places like this. When we're underwater, I know a lot of people complained. They're like, there's too much water. We did that already. I love the water. It's so beautiful. The fire thing is kind of ugly. Although Varang was iconic. This movie was very long. I'm excited to watch it in two parts, like I do Way of Water now, just like I do the Lord of the Rings extended editions. They're too long to be one thing. But I mean, the spectacle, the music is still on top. The moments where you really do feel for these characters. I mean, it is a bit of a predictable story, but there were moments where I wasn't sure, if we were going to make some decisions that were going to be like, I thought he was going to literally sacrifice Spider. I was kind of wanting him to, actually. There was a small part of me that did, but then I was like, I know Spider's still important. They're not going to get rid of him this early. But I mean, there was, I don't know. I James Cameron still does it for me. I was always a little bit more into the Avatar stuff though. I really like this, extravagant, deeply researched and, mythologized world building, kind of like Tolkien. I was looking up like all of the lore on Pandora, and there's so much lore. It's like Middle Earth, it's like the Harry Potter universe. I didn't realize how much has been written about Pandora now, and like all the science behind it. And it's almost like it's a real place. And I want to see more of it. I don't want this to be the end. I want 4 and 5. I think they'll happen. I think this movie will still make comfortably enough money. And Disney wants this franchise. They've invested too much into it in the parks. Maybe it might be a little longer than 2029, but I'm still here for this Avatar journey. I know a lot of people like to complain. This is everyone's favorite punching bag, but there are so many worse movies. Why don't people talk about Marvel movies this way? About slop that's fed to people that people gobble up. This is better than a lot of Marvel movies. Most Marvel movies, I would argue. Sorry, baby. Eva Victor, I was not familiar with your game. What a film. I mean, this film is so understated and simplistic, but it lingers with you. I think, just to keep it short and sweet, I was just, even if I can't exactly relate to what she's going through, I still felt like I was relating to her, and I was just building these connections with these characters so organically. And that scene where she's driving home and you feel that tension. Is she being followed? Oh, it was so affecting. And the way it ended when she's talking to that baby, I just was like, this speaks to me on such a primal level. I just think that for so many reasons, the screenplay of this was just immaculate. The Substance, here it is. I saw this at the beginning of 2025, and my God, I mean, I already talked about it a bit in my Oscars video, so I'm just going to say this. I was worried it was going to be too much for me, but I could handle it. It was extravagant. It was amazing. It was magnificent. A little balls to the wall at the end, but that's okay. So creative, so inventive. I mean, I literally felt like I was watching the future of cinema, because there's something so futuristic about how it's shot. The intensity of the blocking and the lighting is so, I mean, it's just so sci-fi, and yet it's Hollywood. It's like sci-fi Hollywood that feels like 2025, but it also feels like 2085. It's very, very compelling, and the jumpiness of the cuts. It's like unnerving and anxiety inducing. It's an opera of craziness that unfolds before you, and Demi Moore is incredible in the role. So yeah, no, this film deserves a 4.5. I'm Still Here, one of the best films from 2024. Fernanda Torres deserved that Oscar nomination. A Brazilian resistance film against, again, dictator governments, which South America has had to deal with for far too long. It's in Venezuela still going on. This movie had some brutally emotional scenes, particularly for Fernanda's character. And I mean, it was just one of those movies that makes you want to get up and do something about the world, because it's just, how can it be this broken? Weapons. Weapons is a masterpiece, even though it has plot holes that piss me off. How on earth would Julia Garner's teacher not notice that little Timmy, I forget his character's name, I'm going to call him Timmy, took all the name tags off of the thing? And even if in the moment she didn't say it to him, because maybe she knew he took them, but she was like, you know what, he's going through it, like maybe I just don't make a big deal out of it. Like maybe I just let him do it. Why would she not tell that to the police? That should be like the first thing. She's getting grilled and interrogated, and the police are like, and she's like, oh yeah, I do remember the one thing that was weird is I found him in the classroom during recess, and all of the name tags for every single student was gone. Hello, what a plot hole. I mean, Zach Kreger, we could have found a way around this, please. Also, I don't buy that the police would have bought that the father being in his like zombie state. I don't buy that Gladys would have been able to pull off being like in this police station with him and them not going like, what the fuck is going on with this guy? Like, let's check him out medically. Like, why is he here if if he's catatonic? And she's like, I speak for him. I'm like, you're not gonna like probe deeper. I mean, yes, they do make a house visit eventually, but I mean, suspension of fucking disbelief. But outside of those, there's one other plot hole I can't think of in the top of my head. Outside of that, this is a brilliant horror film. I love how it's like an anthology and the pieces all fit together at the end. I love that it's about witchcraft, and I completely thought it was about aliens. That misdirect was brilliant. Gladys is iconic. Amy Madigan, please get that supporting actress win. See, I really, Teyana Taylor's going to take it. I was hoping for Amy Madigan at one point. I was hoping for Ariana Grande at one point too, but I don't think it's going to happen. But I must say, this film, for all its potential flaws, I have to just applaud the bold swings it takes in horror and action and thriller. And just, I mean, I was absolutely floored. This is a roller coaster kind of movie, but in the best way. Bring Her Back, though, was actually my favorite horror film of 2025. But unfortunately, it didn't have A24 decided it wasn't going to, consider it for awards. I guess they felt like it would be wasting their time. But with the way horror is becoming more accepted by the Academy, I think they might have maybe dropped the ball a little bit. Sally Hawkins deserves an actress nomination. It's Toni Collette all over again. But anyway, Bring Her Back was the most moving and it was the most moving and unsettling 2025 horror film I saw this year. One more we're going to come to, but that's not from this year. And to keep it short and sweet, a mother is trying to bring back her dead daughter in a very gruesome way, and it just goes places. I mean, I can't spoil this one. Just please go see it. You will not be disappointed. The Brutalist. This was a movie I was very excited to see. We watched it in two parts because it is so long. My parents and I must say, I thought the first half was a masterpiece. I was just, it's a slow film, and maybe I didn't quite entirely understand where it was going, but I was just sitting in marvel at like how beautiful this film was. The soundtrack, the cinematography, the costuming, the performances, everything was so articulated and refined and mellow and dreamlike. This film felt like stepping into a dream. I love when mundane things are presented in a very dreamlike way. And also, as a Pennsylvania resident, I really appreciated all of the shout outs to the Philadelphia region of PA. I know that they didn't actually film this in the Doylestown area where it was supposed to be set, but it was really cool. I don't live that far from Doylestown where this film was supposed to be set, and that was pretty cool. Obviously, that opening with Ellis Island is probably one of the most iconic of the film. I will say the second half did falter a little bit for me. I felt like the film was like running a bit out of gas. I also, it has the generative AI renderings, architectural renderings, which caused a lot of controversy last year for the epilogue. At the end of the day, I'm not like that bothered by it because it's not like important to the story. It's not like those drawings really were that important. We just pan over them very briefly. Like, who cares? I don't know. I know it's a slippery slope, but that didn't bother me so much. But then, of course, the fact that his Hungarian dialect had to be, adjusted with AI, that's not great. Don't love that. But at the end of the day, I'm sorry. This is the kind of movie I kind of would have liked to have seen won Best Picture last year, only because I just felt like this movie was so transportative for me and One of those movies where I literally just felt like I was sitting and watching like a pristine work of art, and I could just marvel at it and be like, wow, this is what like high tier filmmaking is. You know, everyone's at the top of their game. The music, the set design, the costumes, the acting, the cinematography. And yeah, it lost a little bit of steam in the second act, but a very beautiful, moving story about the American 20th century experience from a European perspective. Ultimately, though, Nickel Boys edged it out. Nickel Boys was criminally underrated by the Academy last year, and when I finally saw it, I knew I would find it to be such a moving and affecting film. It is a longer one as well, and you know, I will say I don't think I'd ever want to rewatch this movie, mainly because it's such a hard story to watch. I mean, it's based on a true story, and it does not have a happy ending. And it's extremely emotional, and I don't want to go through that again. But it's a movie I recommend you see. It's fabulously shot. The perspective, the POV from the two characters, although a little disconcerting at points, was very affecting and effective at just ramping up all of the emotions that you would process from a film like this. I mean, you really were, in the shoes of these characters. And that was, I think, an extremely important device to tell the story with. So, yeah, no, at the end of the day, Ramel Ross did his thing. And it's a shame that it did get a Best Picture nomination, unlike Sing Sing. And I did like this movie more than Sing Sing, just because I felt like the story was just a smidge more, like I said, it was that kind of like, this story has to be told kind of feeling. Sing Sing felt like more like a passion project. This film felt like a visionary director's like channeling something that like was just primal and had to be, the way it would juxtapose like pictures of mass graves from the past and present, and the way it would mix the future together. It was surrealist in that way. And it was a bold swing, and the past and future coming coalescing around Black trauma and death. And anyway, a true testament of Black filmmaking for sure. Now, The Perfect Neighbor is a documentary, but this is the kind of documentary you kind of can't rate because it's a real story and it's body cam footage. Everything that you are seeing really happened. This is the story of a woman who was tragically shot for knocking on a woman's door in Florida, through a locked door, by the way. So this white woman, was aggravating the neighbors. She says that this kid was aggravating her by playing on her property, even though she didn't own the property. It was near her property. And they constantly were getting into it. And then one night it turned ugly and violent. And it's just a tragic story of gun violence, of racism that's all too real in this country. Thankfully, the woman, did end up getting charged. For a long time there, in Florida, there's this very controversial, stand your ground law that, she could prove that she was in self-defense. But, you're behind a locked door. You don't know that they have a weapon. She's just knocking on the door. I'm so glad that even in a Florida court system as so corrupt as that, it still couldn't go for her. And the scene where you're watching security footage of her refusing to get up out of a chair to go to her cell after being interviewed, I'm just like, I can't believe this. And I can't believe I'm seeing this footage. I mean, this older woman just so despicably, last gasp, decides to pull this Hail Mary that just has you like insatiable. It's unreal. It's crazy to watch. It's one of those documentaries that you're just like, I can't believe that I'm seeing this on Netflix. It is kind of hard to rate it, though. I almost debated not rating it, but at the end of the day, it's basically 5 stars. I mean, it's like this will get a Best Documentary nomination for sure. And so we have, I believe, we have 3 films and 1 limited series to talk about in the 5-star category. First, let's talk about Wicked for Good. I know, I gave this 5 stars, and I believe I gave Wicked Part 1 4.5 stars. What's going on? Why is it that I seem to be one of the only people besides my one friend who's a real huge Wicked fan, who actually thinks part 2 may actually be better than part 1. I don't know. I feel like I'm living in crazy world. It is killing me. Now, I have only seen it once. I just got the 4K. I'm so excited to see it on 4K Blu-ray because I love Wicked so much and I wanted the dual disc set. I am curious if I see it a second time, I might start to see the cracks that people were pointing out about Act 2. I will admit the 2 songs, not necessary. They weren't that good. They could have been taken out. But maybe it's because I just love emotional endings. I think that the ending of the story is always going to be the part that draws me in the most. It's like why Return of the King at the end of the day is still kind of the best Lord of the Rings film, even though it's not, because it has the ending. And the ending is just one of the most emotional, cathartic moments I've ever seen in cinema. And I kind of feel that way a little bit about Wicked for Good. That ending where we hear "No one mourns the wicked" refrained and Elphaba melts. I was just like, this is peak. This is peak. And even just all of the musical moments and the drama, Elphaba and Glinda fighting and turning against each other and the machinations of how everyone ends up being where they are during The Wizard of Oz. I thought it was brilliant. Keep in mind, I never watched the musical before I saw this. Now, I have seen it since. I recently saw a Broadway production of it. It was really awesome. But this was my first time experiencing the musical both times. And I thought it was great. I mean, I don't know. I just thought it was wonderfully, brought to life. The music is still so good. I do think that there are still some incredible songs in the second act. It's really a part of one whole film. And so me giving this 5 stars is also kind of giving part 1 5 stars, but really part 1 just has a dock off because it's incomplete. I just feel like, yes, there's better, poppier songs in the first half. It's a little brighter. It's a little more Disney. But the second half is where the emotion and the core is, and I feel like that's what's the most important. And so I'm kind of heartbroken that Wicked for Good is just being left in the dust this time. People thought the second act was going to be Return of the King. No, it's not even Dune Part 2. I don't even think it's going to get Dune Part 2 level nominations. It's not going to get Ariana Grande that supporting actress nom. Her chances now are extremely low. And it is sad, but, there are better. I still haven't seen a lot of the movies, but it's tough. I as much as I love Wicked, I'm okay with Ariana not getting her flowers for this, even though she's very good in the film. She'll go on and do more, and she will get it eventually. But yeah, I'm just kind of upset that not everyone is down with what I felt with Wicked. I'm excited to see it a second time, and we'll see if maybe it goes back down to 4.5 stars. Things can change. Midsummer. This was my favorite horror movie I saw for the first time in 2019. This is what I mean about Ari Aster pissing me off. How can you put out something as brilliant as Midsummer and then make Eddington? It's infuriating. Midsummer was folk, gothic spectacle and beauty on screen. A horror movie that has never looked more beautiful. I have never seen a more beautifully shot horror film. Obviously, I could bone pick that it wasn't, I don't think, actually filmed in Sweden. I believe it was actually filmed in Hungary, which, I've been to Sweden. I know some of southern Sweden is a little bit more deciduous, but, Sweden has a certain foresty look that I felt, you could tell we were in Central Europe. It wasn't quite right, but, I'll forgive it. But boy, was this a trippy film. I felt like I was in just a art installation outside, watching just actors do things that I've never seen before on film. I'm so glad I finally saw this. Obviously, this is from 2019. I'm super late to the game with this movie. I really want to see the director's cut because this movie's already very long, but I still feel like we're missing some beats, with the main characters and their progression, their relationship deteriorating and Florence Pugh distancing herself from her boyfriend. I feel like we could have used a little more of that, So I'm excited to see the director's cut. I believe it's only available on physical DVD and Blu-ray. So at some point this year, I will hopefully see it. But yeah, this was my favorite horror movie of 2025 that I saw for the first time this year. My favorite film of 2025 is Hamnet. There is one thing I have above it, but that's not a film. It's a limited series. I'll talk about that in a second. In my world, Hamnet would be winning Best Picture. Now, there are still a few 2025 films I have not seen, like The Testament of Anne Lee, which I am extremely excited to watch, that I know is not going to get nominated, but I would have maybe put in there. But as of all the films that I have seen so far, Hamnet is my movie. But I gotta be honest, Hamnet's made for me. I'm the core audience for Hamnet. A female centric, soapy, melodramatic, you know, beautifully scored British period piece that's kind of got like a little bit of like a whimsical fairy tale feel, Disney feel. I kept feeling like they were portraying Agnes Shakespeare as like a Disney princess, but in such an artful way. And I loved that interpretation of her, that she was a little elevated from just being a peasant girl on a farm. She was like from the woods, and her mother came from the woods, and she knew things about herbs. It was an interesting, subtle touch that did not go unnoticed for me. I loved that Chloe Zhao blended in this spiritual naturalism, this esotericism into a film that otherwise could have very much just been about bricks and mortar England, and the plague and the sadness and tragedy of all the people that were lost because of it. And then, of course, the creation of Hamnet. Now, I will say the ending with the Globe Theatre play, I did just give Sing Sing some flack for like watching people recite lines on stage. I'm not gonna lie, the one part of the movie where I got lost a little bit was actually watching Hamnet on stage. There's a bit of it goes on a little longer than I needed it to, and I'm not like a huge Shakespeare fan. I think he's a great guy, but I'm not like I want to read all his stuff. I'm sorry. I'm a little bit of a, brain dead, Disney Channel watching youth. I kind of was just like, it's too dense or it's too boring. But, but then it pulls you in at the end. It says, hold on, we're not going to end on a dud note. We are going to end on this glorious crescendo. This film is just a majestic, beautiful testament to grief and to love. I heard Jane Fonda, at some award show called A Perfect Film, and I agree with her. She talked about how it peels the layers off of the heart, and you really do feel it. It takes you to your core, and just lets you feel every emotion about mother-child relationship and love and loss that you could possibly feel. And I love movies that do that. And I know a lot of straight men don't. So I can understand why a lot of film bros are like, I like Paul Thomas Anderson because, he's got guns and cars. And I like Sinners because vampires and stuff. And oh, Chloe Zhao, she's just making a movie about, lost my child, boo-hoo. Let straight men be straight men. It's not for them. They're not going to get it. The straight men that get it, I salute you. But this movie has been extremely affecting to women to watch, and to gay men, to people who really like Shakespeare as well, of course. And I know I can't wait for my parents to see it. I was going to show it to them I was going to see it a second time. And I bought tickets for the wrong theater. It was so frustrating. And we couldn't get there in time. And I didn't want them to arrive late anyway, because we showed up and found out there at the theater. That was brutal. I didn't get to take my parents to see a movie over Christmas break. Oh, well, I made that mistake. It's because I'm used to going to AMC's. I was going to a Regal. I hadn't been to a Regal in like a year. I was like, I forget what the theaters are called, signing up for the tickets. So I highly recommend seeing this film. To me, it is a 10 out of 10 Best Picture contender. I was very happy it won drama at the Golden Globes. I know a lot of people were upset about it. Look, I think the snub for Sinners was really in screenplay. That was kind of egregious. But, I'm happy that drama went to The Brutalist. I do think that, the Sinners will win because it's original screenplay versus adapted. Thankfully, One Battle is not in the same category, so we don't have to worry about that this time. But yeah, no, I am definitely I can't sing praises enough about Hamnet. Just a gorgeous film. Jessie Buckley will win that Oscar. So good. Love the soundtrack as well. But finally, I know this video is like 3 hours long. Thank you for watching if you have, by the way. This is the longest video I make every year. I enjoy making it, but it's a lot of work. The final top of the top has to go to Adolescence, which is a limited series that came out from Netflix this year. I'm going to just keep it short and brief. The one take, as we go through the life of this family and this boy experiencing this very, obviously fictionalized, but also real incarceration for a crime perpetrated by misogyny, perpetrated by, the manosphere, the toxic male culture that's seeping into youth's brains today, takes us on a journey where you're at the edge of your seat and you're feeling like so close to your chest, like the whole time, like you can't even breathe. There are better episodes. I think episode 2 is the worst, but every episode has a different flavor of anxiety about this issue and a different brilliant way of showcasing where we are in society with it. This doesn't necessarily provide answers to how to deal with this. It just shows you how brutally, honestly, and rawly this is going on. And it's a warning call. And I do think every teenager should see it, especially every teenage boy. And young boy, like preteen boy. I'm so glad it's sweeping all the awards. Owen Cooper is phenomenal. Can't say enough. We're apparently going to get another one, a sequel, apparently, where he's going to be in prison. I would be kind of interested to see a continuation of his story. I know that's not exactly what the point of this was. We weren't exactly supposed to attach to these characters in that kind of way. But I'm nosy. I hated that we didn't really get, it's like when the nuclear, we didn't actually get to see the blow up. I mean, we do hear of him in prison. He calls on the phone, but I'd be interested to see how this story could continue. But it could jump the shark. So, we'll see. But ultimately, I had to put it at the top. It was the best thing I ultimately watched. The best movie was Hamnet. The best documentary was The Perfect Neighbor. And the best limited series, but also altogether best media I saw this year was Adolescence. What do you think? What are your favorite films of 2025 or that you watched for the first time in 2025? And what were your least favorites? Do you agree or disagree with some of my placements? I know Eddington, 153 films I liked more than that. Yeah. I stand by it. I stand by it. Came very close to walking out of that theater. This was a long-ass video, so I'm going to wrap this up, but I look forward to continuing to do this. It's fun to talk about movies. I kind of wish I would do individual movie reviews, but I just don't have the wherewithal to do that. I don't know why it's easier for me to just sit down and do it all at once. I just prefer doing it that way. I don't know. It probably doesn't get me as many views, but whatever. If you stuck around this long, thank you so, so much. I love you all so much, and please like this if you enjoyed. Subscribe if you're new for more content about movies and music, and I will talk to you all in the next video. See you all in the next one. I love you all so much. Peace, love, and light. Bye.